Good morning. Mr. Chair, we are on the air whenever you're ready to begin. John, you need to unmute yourself.
Yes. Okay. Well, I just rehearsed it then. So, good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Santa Barbara County Planning Commission hearing for April 26, 2023. I'm appearing remotely, kind of like the Wizard of Oz. We have infectious disease protocols in Santa Barbara County that basically require me not to attend. But we have a just cause exemption under the Brown Act for doing that I can invoke twice a year, so I'm invoking it now. And we'll have the hearing as usual. What I'm going to ask is, planning commissioners, I can see 3 of you on the screen. So raise your, I can see 4 of you, yes. So raise your hand and speak up when you want to speak up. I won't be looking at lights, but I don't look at them anyway. So it'll be just the same as usual. All right. Do I need to add anything else, County Council or Clerk of the Board, with respect to my announcement?
Chair Park, just if there are any other individuals 18 years of age or older present in the room with you, we'd have to do a little bit more announcing. But if that's not the case, then we're complete.
Okay. Well, I always take our County Council's advice very literally. And individuals, there's an old mayor out in the pasture who's 26. But everybody else who's with me right now is under 3 or 4 years of age. Or did you just mean humans? I suppose you did. Okay, let's go ahead with the Pledge of Allegiance. You join me? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And will you go ahead with the TV coverage announcement, Mr. Villalobos?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Planning Commission hearings are televised live on County of Santa Barbara Television, CSB TV, Channel 20 at 9 a.m. in the South Coast, Lompoc, Staninas Valley, San Maria, Orca areas. Rebroadcasts of Planning Commission hearings are on Fridays after 5 p.m. on CSB TV, Channel 20. Today's hearing will also be streamed live on the county's website and will be available for download in a day or 2. Would you like me to move on to the roll call?
I would, thank you.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Cooney? Here. Commissioner Bridley?
Here.
Commissioner Park? I'm sorry. Let's come back to Commissioner Feeney? Here. Commissioner Martinez? Here. And Chair Park?
Here.
Thank you.
Sort of. All right. One thing before it slips my mind is some of you are already presenting speaker slips for probably item number 1 today. If you haven't already presented yours, please go ahead and do it. But if you want to take advantage of our offer to go first, if you hold yourself to a minute or less, then just put 1 minute up at the top and circle that so Mr. Villalobos knows to call you first. Okay, let's go ahead to the agenda status report, Mr. Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the Commission. In regards to the status of our agenda today, we have 3 items listed on the standard agenda, and staff and the applicants and appellants are ready and prepared for all those items, so we can move forward with the agenda as listed today. I can move the projection report, Mr. Chair, if you'd like.
I appreciate it if you would. Thank you.
Our next scheduled hearing is May 3rd. That will be here in Santa Barbara. There are 2 items on that agenda. Government code consistency for a public radio networks project, and then the Gaviota Coast Conservancy appeal of the Moore Ranch project. And then moving down to May 10th, we have 1 item that was continued from an earlier hearing, and that's the North Fork Ranch Frost Ponds, and that's going to be in Santa Maria on May 10th. And then moving further into the month of May, our next hearing is May 31st. There's 1 item on that, which is the safety element wildfire policies. That's scheduled to be here in Santa Barbara. And then on June 7th, there's one item which is the Magnolia Shopping Center Cycle Bar. And then that is in Santa Barbara as well. And then on June 14th, we have listed that Commissioner Cooney would be absent, and then we had scheduled the appeal of a transfer of a permit from Los Flores Pipeline, scheduled for that day. And I think we had talked about looking for a different day on that June 14th, but we can work with staff on that due to Commissioner Cooney being absent. And then June 20, that's the Montecito Planning Commission, and then June 28th, there's no items projected. The other things that we have been working on, I still need to get with staff on June 7th and May 31st, see if we can consolidate those dates, those items, in regards to only having one item on each one of those. And then, Chair, as you know, we've been looking at potential dates for workshops on the ordinance amendments and general plan amendments for the rec master plan. And so we're still working on dates for that. Looking at either late May, but we're looking at maybe potentially hearings in June for that, end of June. So that concludes the projection report, Mr. Chair and Commissioners.
Okay, well, thank you. Now's our time to have our public comment. Public comment at this stage of the hearing is for items that are not on the agenda. So if you want to speak about item number 1, the pipeline, or the CalProp lot line adjustment, that's number 2, or Isla Vista project, that's 3, save it for then. But if you have something else to talk about, then now's your time. We limit that to 15 minutes total, and I'll limit it further to 3 minutes per speaker. Do we have any speakers for public comment at this stage?
Mr. Chair, I believe all the speaker slips I've received have been for item number 1 on the standard agenda, but as always, I want to give those present the opportunity, if they haven't filled out the speaker slip, to identify themselves either in person or on Zoom. Go ahead and raise your hand or your virtual hand, and I'll call on you. I'm not seeing any hands.
Appears we have no takers. Then let's move on to the Planning Commissioner's informational reports. Tell us what's cooking in your district if you want to talk about it. Anybody? Okay, well then let's move on to the minutes. Do any of my fellow commissioners have comments on the minutes for the hearing of April 12, 2023?
Mr. Chair, I'll move approval of those minutes, not seeing any objections or changes. April 12th.
And I'll second.
Okay, thank you. We have any comments on the motion or anything else to add? Then Mr. Villalobos, will you go ahead and conduct, I guess it needs to be a roll call vote because I'm remote.
Commissioner Cooney,
Aye.
Commissioner Bridley,
Aye.
Commissioner Farini,
Aye.
Commissioner Martinez,
I'll abstain. I was not present.
and Chair Park.
Aye.
Motions passes 401.
Okay. And now's the time for our director's report and summary of the Board of Supervisors hearings since we last met. And who will give us that report?
Mr. Chair, this is Secretary Wilson. I'll give a brief update. Last to excuse Director Plowman as she's out of the office today due to family emergency. There's not much to report as far as the Board of Supervisors go. Last week we had the budget hearings. Our budget was presented on Tuesday. It went as prepared. No major changes to the budget as we presented it at the workshops last week. Just a couple of things that may be of interest to the commission and the public at large is part of our budget is looking to add permit technicians for the Building Safety Division, both one in north and one in south, to help with the backlog of building permits that are in. In addition, we're trying to anticipate potential workflow changes as we diligently strive to bring our online permitting system online, and we're trying to target end of fiscal year, end of June, beginning of July for that. I think the Development Review Division's close. Building and Safety is making software development changes now to allow applicants to be able to apply online directly to the department. We're trying to retire the system now, which is this clunky process of asking for a box link and trying to submit applications that way. So the desire, the goal is to streamline that intake process. So that's a couple months out on that. Looking at the Board of Supervisors agenda in the horizon, last time we met, we did do the COVID provisions for economic recovery at the Planning Commission. We're targeting May 16th for the Board of Supervisors hearing. And then further down into the summer, we've scheduled out the safety element updates for wildfire policies, and that's tentatively scheduled for July 11th. So that concludes the Director's report, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Do any of my fellow commissioners have questions of Secretary Wilson about his director's report? Well, then let's move on. We have finished our administrative agenda, I believe, and now's the time for the standard agenda. Will you read the first item into the record, Mr. Villalobos?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. The following is a hearing to consider the request of Todd Trump Gaviota Coast Conservancy and Gray Fox LLC, appellants to consider the three appeals, case numbers 22 APL 4, 22 APL 5, and 22 APL 6 of the zoning administrator's August 25th, 2022 approval of the Plains Line 901-903 valve upgrade project, case numbers 21 AMD 9 and 22 CDP 48, and to approve the addendum to the environmental impact report, State Clearinghouse number 19831100902, and to consider the project exempt from CEQA pursuant to CEQA guidelines sections 15301B, 15303D, 15311, and CEQA statute section 15284.
Well, let's start with any ex parte contacts that commissioners would like to report.
I'll go first. Well, good morning, everybody. On April
Commissioner Keating.
21st, met with, or spoke with Mr. Gregg of Exxon, and then on April 25th, met with Jim Flores, Anthony Donner, and Steve Rush.
Very good, thank you. Anyone else?
Yes.
Commissioner Bridley?
Commissioner Bridley here. I had the exact same schedule and the exact same people and the topic of the conversation. Actually, with Mr. Gregg, we talked about some impressions from the last hearing on this item, and then with Mr. Flores, Mr. Dunning, and Mr. Rush, we just talked about today's hearing. Thank you.
Very good. And,
Commissioner Farini, and yes, the same as Commissioner Bridley, same names, everybody on Monday. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I had one telephone conference with Mr. Flory this past Monday, and that was my only ex parte communication.
Okay, and I had a Zoom conference with Mr. Flores of Sable a couple of days ago, and with both of us being married to women from South Louisiana, we hardly ever talked about oil. And then we also, who did I meet? Oh, and I spoke with Mr. Gregg over the telephone yesterday. All right. The way we'll handle this hearing today will be much like the last time we did it. And I've spoken with representatives. Oh, I forgot to mention I had a telephone conference yesterday with Anna Citron. What we'll do is have the staff report, and staff will take what time staff needs to take. If anybody has any questions from the commission, right at that time, we'll ask them. Then we'll move on to the appellants. The appellants, I've given them 30 minutes as a group for the opening remarks, and then reserve another 10 minutes for rebuttal for them. And then after the appellants, we'll have the applicant, and I'm giving them the same 30 minutes because they're going to cover some things maybe they didn't cover last time. And then they'll have 10 minutes for rebuttal likewise. After both the appellants and the applicants have spoken, we'll have public comment. We have about equal division of public comment, I'm told by Mr. Villalobos, of folks that are calling in and also those who are present in the hearing room. As I mentioned earlier, if you're willing to limit your statement to a minute or less, then you'll get to go first. And after that, we'll have rebuttal and then comments by staff, questions of staff by planning commissioners, then we'll get into deliberations. So for those of you who are hanging on for that hearing, that's how it's going to work. Staff, are you ready to present?
Commissioner Park, we are.
Very good. Go ahead, please.
All right. Good morning, Chair, members of the Commission. My name is Katie Nall, and I'll be presenting the continued hearing of the lines 901, 903 valve upgrade amendment appeal. The project before you is the continuance of the project previously presented at the March 1st Planning Commission hearing. It's the appeal of the request for an amendment to install 16 new valves on the existing 901-903 pipeline system running from the Gaviota Coast to Kern County. The project would amend the originally approved major conditional use permit and final development plan of the line's 901-903 pipeline system. The site plan on the left shows the pipeline alignment where it starts in Las Flores Canyon on the Gaviota Coast and heads north towards Kern County. The project includes installation of 5 check valves using a one-way valve system that automatically closes when pushed back on, and 11 motor-operated valve stations that use an external power system supplied by either solar or a below-grade or aerial drop connection to an existing power line. The valves are capable of isolating segments of the pipeline. The project is necessary to bring the lines into compliance with California State Assembly Bill 864, which mandates that operators install the best available technology on existing pipelines to reduce the volume released in the event of a potential line failure. The check valves would be located underground, while the MOV stations would require above-ground equipment within a chain link enclosure. On August 22, 2022, the amendment and coastal development permit were conditionally approved by the county zoning administrator. Appeals were submitted by the Tottram family, the Gaviota Coast Conservancy, and Gray Fox LLC on September 1, 2022. The appeals were considered by the Planning Commission on March 1st, and at the conclusion of the hearing, the Commission directed staff to return with alternative CEQA options for the project. Today, staff has returned with 4 options available to the Commission. Option 1. Approve the project and deny the appeals by relying on the existing addendum and exemptions described as staff's original recommendation in the March 1, 2023 staff report. Option 2, supplement the addendum with additional information specified by the Commission. During the March 1st hearing, several commissioners expressed concern about issues ranging between air quality, visual resources, and risk of upset. The supplementary information would provide the Commission with a greater assurance that their issues of concern were looked at in detail prior to project approval. If this option was pursued, the project would return to the Planning Commission with a revised addendum for consideration of CEQA and the project. Option 3, direct staff to prepare a supplemental EIR. If the Commission determines that the requirements outlined in Section 15162 and 15163 of the CEQA guidelines have been met, staff would prepare a supplemental EIR. If the Commission believes that an SEIR is appropriate, the baseline will need to be identified and certain assumptions would need to be made about the scope of improvements made to the lines prior to operation, including operating procedures, testing, repairs, and monitoring programs, which may be required as part of the Office of State Fire Marshal's restart plan. Option 4, deny the project as proposed by identifying which finding or findings provided in Attachment A of the March 1st, 2023 Planning Commission hearing staff report cannot be made. Under this option, the item would be trailed to the end of today's agenda to allow staff time to prepare the necessary findings and return for your consideration. This concludes my presentation.
John, I think you need to unmute yourself.
That's why no one responded. Do any of my fellow commissioners have questions of Ms. Knoll on the staff report? Okay, no takers on that. I believe we're ready for appellants. And who's up to the plate first?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. Barry Capello. I represent the landowners, approximately 150 of them in a class action lawsuit that has been approved and certified by the federal court and is now set for trial next year. I'm not going to take the time to talk to commissioners ex parte because I like to make my presentation directly to you so that everybody could hear what I had to say. One of the major issues that you have before you that you need to decide is whether or not the applicant has the right to bring the application that they have. And I want to talk about that in detail. I also want to talk about the fact that each and every one of you, I believe, has in some way been contacted by Mr. Flores, Mr. Dooner of Sable, and we have as well. And we were actually pleased to finally talk to somebody from Sable. I hope you all were too. This is a very outsized personality. I can say that because I've been accused of the same thing. I think Mr. Flores from Sable and his company should be at least before the commission for the following reasons. We appealed the change in ownership application, and Ms. Knoll has not mentioned that to the commission today. What that means is that the applicant for these valves is not the owner of the project. Plains does not own the project. So think of the following. If you have decided you want to buy your neighbor's property and put up an apartment house, and you come into the planning department and ask for a permit to build an apartment house on your neighbor's property, you'd be rejected right off because you don't have any right to do that. Plains has no right to be here, nor should anybody ever listen to anything that comes from Plains. They have been convicted of a felony. They've promised to do things that they never did. They did not maintain this pipeline. This pipeline turned out to be a complete rust bucket, a Swiss cheese, and that's not me saying it other than using the language that I did. That's the Pipeline and Hazardous Materials Administration saying it. That, and your staff has mentioned that in great detail. This pipeline cannot be restarted. And I let each and every one of you know, and you know your job and the importance of your job more than anybody. But this is the last time this, other than going to the Board of Supervisors, where hopefully we don't have to go, this is the last time that you will have any control over this pipeline, this application. And your staff has written its original appeal to deny our appeal in such a way that you should approve this project based upon an EIR that was done in the 80s for a pipeline that does not exist today. And the staff's own report to you today says that you can find under option 3 that that pipeline is no longer the actual pipeline that's in the ground. This one's non-operational, and that you should get a supplemental or subsequent EIR. Now, why is this so important to you? Why should it be so important to you? And each and every one of you. So let's talk about motivation. People want to know, Capello, why are you up there for these people? What's this all about? And the answer is, we have represented a vast majority of people that have been harmed. The Fishers ultimately settled for $186 million, over 3,000 Fishers that lost their income for over 5 years because of this spill. Why did this spill occur? I'm going to tell you in a quick second. But we represented all the property owners from Hollister Ranch down to Long Beach that had a beachfront property enveloped by oil because of the Plains oil spill. $46 million Plains finally paid for that. This was after they were convicted of a felony in this county by your county DA. They have absolutely refused to acknowledge that they have not done what they promised each and every one of our landowners in the easements, that they would maintain that pipeline. So what do you have today? You have an applicant who has said, I've sold it. Exxon's here and talking to you both through their able lawyers and staff, that they are the owners of this pipeline. But I've looked, and they don't deny it, and your staff doesn't deny it. They've said they've sold this pipeline subject to closure to another company called Sable. And when you mentioned the names Flores and Dooner that you spoke to, all of you, that's Sable, because we met with them as well. We told Mr. Flores, who I will tell you is an interesting gentleman, hey, you get approval from Exxon and we can talk to you, but we can't talk to you until Exxon's approved. Why Exxon? Because Exxon claims they own the pipeline. But Exxon's not your applicant. So why is this important? I'll tell you why it's critically important to you. Because each and every one of you have to decide whether or not this is going to happen again. And is it going to happen on your watch? You know, back in 1988, 89, and I was around, believe it or not, Celeron got a permit through the county, and the county said they should put in automatic shutoff valves. And Celeron went, we're not putting in automatic shutoff valves. We don't need those. They're too expensive. And the county council sued them to put in automatic shutoff valves, and the planning commission and the board wanted them. And Celeron won in federal court. Automatic shutoff valves weren't required. And Plains bought that pipeline without automatic shutoff valves and without doing what they were supposed to do to maintain it. And it became the rust bucket it is today because of Plains' ineptitude and reckless misconduct. And that language is jury verdict language, not mine, because there wasn't automatic shutoff valves on it. So the question is, okay, what about automatic shutoff valves? That's what they want to do now. They would get up here and say, well, that's what we're trying to do is automatic shutoff valves. But who's responsible? You've got, at some point in time, got to look at your Department of Energy and your planning department and say to yourself, who do we look to if we agree to this and there's a pipeline that we know the federal government said can't open without it being fixed, and we haven't done anything to control it? That's why you need Exxon as the applicant, and you need Flores in the room somehow, so that they can tell you, we will not let this happen again. And you can direct your staff. We want all the assurances, bonding, whatever it is, to know that that pipeline will not reopen until it has been completely fixed. And you put your automatic shutoff valves on it then. Because you know what happened here? The pipeline exploded, and Plains refused to acknowledge that it could be their oil. And there was actually a meeting with the fire department out at Gaviota at the time, and the fire department turned to them and said, you know, we got word that there's an oil spill at Refugio, and Plains said, that's not our oil. Our oil is in a pipeline above the freeway. Can't be our oil. And so the facts of life were it was their oil. And 400,000 gallons of oil went into the Pacific Ocean, Plains oil on a pipeline. Plains, the applicant that you have before you. Plains is not the owner of the pipeline. Now, my clients. Some of my clients, so I think we have 300 of them, are oil workers. These are people that lost all their jobs, not from Plains, Vanaco, the other platforms, Las Flores, etc. And you know, Plains has refused to pay them any money. So we've got a lawsuit in state court here in front of Judge Geck that goes to trial next year. And we'd love to see those oil workers start to work again. But we don't want them working on a platform or in Las Flores Canyon and get fired again because the pipeline that you didn't control through your own actions breaks again. So what do you have to do? First of all, they don't own the land anymore, and I've told you all that in great detail, and that pipeline's non-operational. Your county planner has said it's non-operational in the last NOP. PHMSA says it's non-operational, and we have actual language in our easements that say if they don't operate within 3, 4, or 5 years, it's automatically abandoned. So there is no landowners that they have a right to put these valves on. They can't come in and put a valve on our property because our position is they don't have an easement. And that case is pending in federal court. And your county staff has yet to acknowledge our position with regards to that. So number one, we have an appeal that's before you. I think it's going to be set next month, that this application is void because Plains is not the owner. You can't have somebody apply to do a project if they don't own the land. That's simple. And somebody needs to answer that question, Mr. Chair and members of the commission. How can we possibly allow such a thing to occur? Imagine the precedence of allowing people to come in and say, you know, I think I'm going to do something on my neighbor's property, or I'm going to do the following project, and I'd like to get an approval from you with regards to that before I go ahead and buy it from them. That's what you have right now, and that's got to be fixed. You know, when this application was made, it was made on the claim that the best available technology statute, which calls for these automatic shutoff valves, amongst other things, required it to be done by April 23rd, 2023. Well, today's the 26th, and it was never approved because of these appeals, et cetera. And so the great rush that your staff was told was so important, and they worked so hard and diligently to get before you because of this deadline, has come and gone. It is a deadline that doesn't exist. What's important is that each and every one of you remember that 5 years from now, 7 years from now, whether you're on the commission or on the Board of Supervisors or just sitting at home, and you hear, what pipeline broke? And by the way, it doesn't have to spill into the ocean. One of our clients is also represented by Ms. Diaz, and she'll be here, and she'll tell you. By the way, Mr. Park, I've allocated 10 minutes for myself, so please stop me if I'm there. But that's the Maz property. Thank you.
You are, but appellants together have 30 minutes, so
All right.
you take the time that you
Thank
need
you.
to take.
Ms. Diaz and I discussed it, and she said I can take 5 of hers. And then Ms. Citron will go for 10 minutes. I wanted to point out what happened to the Maz property. The owner of that property built 2 magnificent villas. They were on sale for $37 million and $35 million. And then the pipeline broke right in front of them on the property. And Plains was in there for 6 months fixing that pipeline with all the oil and all the excavators, et cetera. And then those properties couldn't be sold. Nobody wanted them because no wealthy person wants to buy a villa overlooking the Pacific Ocean, a magnificent villa, when they know that pipeline in front of them, 2 miles of it on their property, has got to be dug up and fixed. So it doesn't matter whether oil goes in the ocean or it destroys a vineyard or it destroys one of our clients' ranches, one of your constituents' properties. It's not acceptable. And you need to have the people in the room that have got the ability to pay for it. Now, let me tell you about motivation. The only person that says he's motivated apparently is this guy Flores. But Flores is buying this pipeline and the platforms from Exxon. Exxon, I read their 10Q in September. They are taking a $2 billion loss on this. $2 billion. Now, that's a lot of money. To Exxon, they make $44 billion a quarter, not much. Maybe it helps their taxes. But still, that's a lot of money. And what that tells me is they don't have a lot of motivation to make sure that pipeline is perfect. So before it reopens with these brand-new valves that you're going to approve, if you approve this without an EIR, they're not going to make it right. And the only person that's going to make it right is somebody that's going to own it down the line, maybe Sable, but I don't know whether he can stand up to it. And with you as planning commissioners or your board of supervisors saying, hey, we don't want this to happen again. We understand the oil industry. It's got a place in this county. They've got a lease out there. That oil field is a giant oil field. It's the last giant oil field on the Pacific coast. But you're not going to do this again to us. That's your obligation. Don't let them do it again. Don't let them slip this thing through.
Mr. Capello?
Yes.
Just a time management, 15 minutes have elapsed since you started talking.
Thank you. Did you want me to stop?
That's up to you.
I think I've said everything I needed to say. Thank you.
Well, very good. Okay, so do I understand that Ms. Diaz is next?
That's exactly right, Chairman Park.
Okay, you ready to go?
I am.
All right, go ahead.
All right. Good morning, commissioners. My name is Jessica Diaz. I'm an attorney with the law firm of Brownstein, Hyatt, Farber, Schreck, and we represent one of the entities that owns property affected by the 2015 spill, Gray Fox LLC. We join in the points raised by the other appellants, and you've heard from Mr. Capello's presentation one category of concerns that should be first and foremost in the county's mind as they make the decision today, which are issues regarding the identity of the appellant and the history of the change of ownership application. I want to talk to you a little bit about an area of issues that I don't think need to be of concern, and specifically I want to provide some reassurance to the commissioners about requiring that this project undergo additional environmental review under CEQA. We've submitted a letter on Monday outlining specifically the statutory and regulatory authority for our position, and I know we had some commentary that the last hearing sounded a bit like a court oral argument, so I want to keep this at a somewhat high policy level today and highlight a few points why, if the commission does not feel inclined to deny the project, then we would respectfully urge you to go with staff's option number 3, which is to require that the project undergo a supplemental or subsequent environmental impact report. So CEQA offers us a roadmap for situations precisely like this one. The county is not without a rudder in deciding how to chart its course. Where there's been an EIR prepared and certified by the lead agency, but something has changed since then, CEQA tells us exactly what to do. And the statute essentially describes 3 triggers or 3 ways in which changes might occur. First, there could be changes to the proposed project. Second, there could be a change in circumstances. And third, there could be new information that becomes available. And this provision in CEQA, it's intended to strike a balance. Myself personally and our law firm, we represent a lot of project applicants. In fact, we usually are on the side of project applicants. And so I'm not at all unsympathetic to a view that, the project applicant at some point has undertaken a CEQA process, and the public agency and the applicant at a certain point deserve some finality in the environmental review process. And then on the other hand, CEQA recognizes that there are some circumstances where, despite that interest in finality, there are compelling reasons to reopen environmental review. And here, the county has been amply presented with such reasons. There's a saying that I'm quite fond of in my profession, and that's that we don't make the facts. So the necessity for additional environmental review for this project, it's not a reflection on the quality of the county's prior CEQA document. It's certainly not a reflection of the diligence and thoroughness with which staff has prepared this project for presentation to the commission or worked with the applicant through the permitting process, it's not necessarily even a reflection on the applicant or their integrity or the constructiveness of their approach. And it's certainly not a reflection of the county's commitment to upholding the settled expectations of businesses in the community, or even the county's support or lack thereof for certain industries. Instead, the necessity for additional CEQA review stems simply from the facts. And the facts here could scarcely present a more textbook case for when subsequent environmental review is appropriate. In brief summary, the 1985 EIR assured the public that the proposed wrap and cathodic protection system would protect against corrosion. We now have documentation both in the PIMSA report and then as starkly illustrated by reality that simply did not occur. In the CEQA framework, that could be considered either new information that leads us to believe there may be new environmental impacts not considered in the 1985 report, or a substantial increase in the severity of previously identified environmental impacts, or it could also be thought of under another trigger for requiring subsequent environmental review, which is a change in the circumstances under which the project is occurring. This is not one of those situations where a project opponent is merely bringing an academic study to a lead agency's attention, trying to leverage new information with the hope of reopening a recently concluded CEQA process. Again, these are just the facts. It's the lived reality of something proven to have been changed over the course of nearly 4 decades since the original CEQA document was certified. As I said before, we don't make the facts. If the commission is not prepared to deny the project outright today, we respectfully urge you, for these reasons, to direct staff to proceed with option 3, the preparation of a supplemental or subsequent environmental impact report. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Diaz. Ms. Citron, are you up next?
Yes, I am here. Can you hear me, Chair Park?
Yes, and you got about 9.5 minutes left, okay?
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Good morning,
Good start.
Chair Park and Commissioners. Anna Citron with the Law Office of Mark Chatillo, representing the Gaviota Coast Conservancy, one of the appellants in this action. At the last hearing, your commission gave direction that we really appreciated. There was thoughtful discussion, thoughtful questions, and we appreciate that staff has come back with their memorandum articulating the 4 options before you now. The option 1 is essentially what was considered last time, and the option that your commission expressed discomfort with for the many reasons we discussed at the last hearing, including that CEQA exemptions are narrowly construed, that the facts here show that there are unusual circumstances with respect to the condition of the pipeline that make categorical exemptions inappropriate, and that the statutory exemption does not apply given the length of the pipeline that is being worked on here. Those are all thoroughly discussed in our prior materials. So we urge you not to follow option 1. Option 2, just briefly want to explain why revising the addendum is not an adequate alternative to preparing a supplemental EIR, which, as Ms. Diaz just explained, is the appropriate CEQA document in this factual circumstance. An addendum, there's no public process involved. There's no public review. There's no comment, no response to comment. There are no real standards of adequacy. It is an add-on document to an EIR that is adequate for the proposal before you. Going with the addendum route would also require that you make findings that are inconsistent with your prior direction and inconsistent with the facts before you, namely that no changes in circumstance have occurred, which would substantially increase previously identified environmental impacts. That trigger, as Ms. Diaz has explained, has been tripped here. And specifically, we've just discussed the change in circumstance. The pipeline no longer has an effective protection system to prevent additional external corrosion from occurring. The soil that the pipeline is in is corrosive, and external corrosion is expected. The substantial increase in impacts that were previously identified in the 1985 EIR are specifically the risk of rupture. The draft EIR, which contained the analysis and was incorporated into the final EIR, assumed an effective liner system, an effective cathodic protection system. The spill risk that was identified as a significant impact there was from things like earthquakes, from the inability to fully clean up spills. It was not spills occurring because of external corrosion. So we do have a substantial increase in the severity of previously identified impacts. Now, with respect to the scope of the supplemental EIR, staff has presented you with several questions. And first, I just want to say that CEQA contains guiding principles that your staff and your county council are very familiar with and are familiar with implementing during the environmental review process. Where there are questions about the scope of the document, you can direct a public scoping process. It is not necessary that your commission decide the scope, the baseline, those issues today. You can direct staff to prepare a supplemental EIR, and those issues will be sorted out. The standards in CEQA are very clear with respect to baseline. You ordinarily use existing conditions, but the baseline needs to reflect the most realistic picture of the existing, of the project's impacts. That's what the EIR needs to do. It needs to look at, what is this project? Okay, what is this project? Is it just the installation of valves? Well, CEQA defines the project as the whole of the action with a reasonably foreseeable indirect physical change. Now, the applicant has argued in their written submittals that we saw just Monday that it is not reasonably foreseeable that restart will occur. But they have simultaneously argued that they have a vested right to restart. They have a charted path at the Office of the Fire Marshal to have a restart plan approved. And frankly, there is no purpose to these valves if this line will not be used. And if the only purpose is to satisfy conditions of the fire marshal, and they will never use it, then they're going to dig up the Gaviota Coast. They're going to threaten cultural resources, biological resources. They're going to install new chain link fencing and utility infrastructure for no reason whatsoever. In that circumstance, I would say that the impacts associated with the valve infrastructure itself does violate county policy, and we've made those arguments before. The restart, the use of this pipeline is built in to what this project is, what it intends to do. And it is therefore critical that your county undertake its obligations under CEQA and as the original entity that approved their final development plan and conditional use permit. And that brings me to the final point, that To approve this project, you have to, which is an amendment to those prior permits, you have to find that the findings made back in 1986 still apply. And we've argued in our letter that they no longer apply. For one, the findings assumed that they stated expressly that best available techniques were implemented to avoid, to minimize risks of spill. Well, here, best available technique, one that was actually built into the project description, has failed. It no longer exists. The finding overriding the significant impacts of oil spill risk found that unless the commission approved that pipeline, the oil companies would have to resort to marine tankering, which would have much more severe impacts. Here, you do not have that choice. The applicant, or Exxon, or Sable, whoever they are, they have three options under their consent decree. They can abandon the pipeline, then they don't need the valves. They can install a replacement pipeline. That replacement pipeline is pending at the county. Or they can patch it up, put on some valves, apply to the fire marshal, and hope that the fire marshal will grant them the authority to restart. That will be out of your hands. And there's been assertions by the applicant that somehow this involves preemption. Well, these are your permits. Your land use control is not preempted, and your CEQA obligations are not preempted. So we would respectfully request that you either approve option 3 and direct preparation of a supplemental EIR, or option 4 and deny the project based on the inability to make the findings. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Citron. Normally, we might go an hour and a half before our break, but for some of us, listening to lawyers talk for half an hour is fascinating, but also a little exhausting. So we're going to take a break right now for 10 minutes, come back at 10:10, and then we'll start with the applicants. And applicants, this gives you time to get ready with any PowerPoint or whatever else you need to present. Thank you. There we are.
Mr. Chair Park, we're back on the air whenever you're ready to resume.
Very good. Well, I'm ready now. And I presume it's Mr. Grieg is up to the podium.
I'm here.
You are. Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay.
Well, good
and
morning,
so
Chairman Park. Oh, do you want me to start?
go ahead. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Good morning, Chairman Park Commissioners. I'm Steve Gregg, and I'm here representing Pacific Pipeline Corporation. I want to start by thanking you and your staff for the continued diligence in considering the facts of this project. Staff has addressed all of the concerns that have been raised by the public and, more importantly, by your commission. Our team plans to further address each of those issues raised by the appellants and during the March 1st Planning Commission hearing. With me today are outside counsel for PPC, Mike Cash and Don Sestito. In addition, Christian Marsh, our outside CEQA counsel, is available, as are technical experts that are available as needed to answer questions. So with that, let me invite up Mr. Cash.
Good morning. Thank you. I too want to echo my thanks for your diligence, for your time, for your attention, and particularly I want to thank the staff for their careful consideration and their reasoned recommendation here. I represent Pacific Pipeline Company. I am not here to defend Plains. I am not here to defend Plains' prior actions. I have nothing to do with Sable. Sable does not yet own this pipeline, and anybody who's ever done a deal knows the deal isn't done till the deal's done. Okay, we bought this pipeline from Plains. We have stepped into their shoes. They started the application process, but we're here because we are now the owner and we are responsible. That's us. Pacific Pipeline Company is an affiliate of ExxonMobil Corporation. Now we're going to split our time, Ms. Sestito and I. I'm going to address the project that is actually before you rather than the ones that have been raised here. I'm also going to talk about the utility of the project and why it makes sense to approve it. Ms. Sestito will address all of the claims regarding the exemptions, regarding the applications, regarding all of those issues, and she's going to do that on the back half. So let me get started. What is this hearing supposed to be about? How did we get here? This is an appeal of the zoning administrator's approval of our valve upgrade project. That's it. This is about a valve upgrade project. We asked, can we upgrade the valves on this pipeline? The zoning administrator said, yes, you can. And a handful of organizations, I think 3, it was mentioned somebody represents 150,000 or 150 landowners. Not here, not in this appeal. This appeal, there are 3 groups that appealed, and we know who those are. So the scope of this appeal should be limited to whether or not the decision allowing us to upgrade the valves on the pipeline was appropriate when the zoning administrator made it. I've heard comments about restart of the pipeline. I've heard comments about how bad Plains was. I've heard comments about all of these things. But the only comments I heard that addressed the actual project, the valves themselves, were, and I quote, we're all in favor of automated shutoff valves. The county is in favor of automated shutoff valves. Mr. Capello said that now, and he said it on March 1st. Well, guess what? We're in favor of automatic shutoff valves too. That's why we recommended them. So if everybody's in favor of the valves, it shouldn't be a hard path to get to the answer number 1, approve. But we're talking about everything else. But the one thing that everybody who spoke and every comment I saw that came in had in common is everybody said, we want to protect the environment. We don't want another thing like happened in 2015. We want to protect the environment too. We don't want what happened to Plains in 2015. That's why we proposed a valve upgrade project to add more safety measures to avoid exactly what happened. So all this appeal is supposed to be about is the valve project. And I will spend the first part talking about just that. Can we go to the next slide? All right. There's 2 kinds of valves involved in this project. Now, I'm not going to spend a lot of time on them because your staff's done a great job explaining them. One's a check valve, and let me show you how it works. Basically, when flow goes one way, If the flow stops, if something happens that reduces pressure, it keeps backflow from happening. That cuts down the amount of oil that could go back down a line and escape a pipe. So we're talking about check valves. Let me show you what the footprint looks like for a check valve. Next one. We don't actually have those sticks there. We had to put them there so you could see where a check valve is because they're completely underground. So imagine there's the check valve without the stick. That's a check valve. Let's go to the next valve in the next slide. This is a motor operated valve, and this is kind of the star of the show. These are the most important of the valves, and let me show you what they do. Unlike a check valve, they don't just restrict flow in one direction, they can shut down flow in both directions. When that valve's activated, boom, flow stops. And that's important, and I'll talk to you a little bit why. I want to show you what here's the footprint of one of those currently existing motorized valves. Let's go to the next slide. Okay, this is what we have now. These are the actual valves that are on the line. The yellow squares are the motorized valves, that second valve we just looked at. The diamonds are the check valves, the backflow valves, and you see where they go. Now, I want to focus a little bit on the squares, okay, the motorized valves. Let's talk about what those are. Obviously, they're motorized, hence their name. They are remotely operable, which is pretty amazing when you think about the technology. From 1,000 miles away, I can push a button and I can shut that valve. But therein lies the problem. They are not automated. So somebody has to push the button. And I think what you heard is what happened in 2015 is somebody from Plains didn't push the button. Alarms went off when pressure dropped that should have signaled the valves being initiated, but they weren't. The alarm was thought to be possibly a false alarm. It was ignored. And literally for 30 minutes, oil continued to go through the pipeline and it ended up spilling out of the pipeline. That's human error. Okay, that's what we have now. We want to fix that. We don't want to see that ever happen again. The legislature also wants to fix that. Next one, please. They passed AB 864, and I want to get this right. It requires that pipelines near sensitive areas in the coastal zone use best available technologies to reduce the potential for environmental harm associated with potential releases. Best available technologies. Now, they don't define it. So as the operator, it's our job to come up with what's best available technology and suggest it to the Office of the State Fire Marshal. If the State Fire Marshal agrees and says, okay, I approve that as best available technology, then you go to the next step. And that's finding out if we can make it available. And we come to folks like you to say, can this be available here? Now, there's a lot of ways to satisfy AB 864. Let me give you an example. We're aware of a number of pipelines in California that have satisfied AB 864 by simply increasing their monitoring and by automating the motorized valves that already exist. Okay, so that's an option. So let's look at what that would look like on these lines. I call this the monitoring and automating option. Can we go to the next slide? What would happen with this option is we would increase monitoring all along the pipeline. And the yellow squares would go from being non-automated to automated. And let me explain a little bit what automated means. A computer program monitors things like pressure and flow in the pipeline. If you have a break in a pipeline, there's a couple of things that happen. Flow increases because there's nothing pushing against it. It's flowing out. Pressure decreases because the pressure inside the line goes away. Just like when your tire light comes on, if you have a blowout. Okay. If those aren't automated, somebody's got to catch that and push a button. With the automated ones, the program does it. As soon as it senses that anomaly, boom, it shuts the valves. And those, I don't mean the backflow valves, the check valves, it shuts the valves that shut everything off. Now, if we were to propose this, monitor and automate, would that be sufficient to meet the requirements of AB 864? I don't know, because we have not yet proposed that to the fire marshal. And I'm not here to speak for the fire marshal, and I wouldn't presume to, but we know that it has been approved on other lines and have no reason to believe that it might not be here. But we did much more than that. I want to look at what we're proposing to do. And here we go. Do y'all see all those new green diamonds and the new green squares? 16 new valves, strategically placed after long analysis, both to not interfere with views, to not interfere with habitat, but also to be in key places. And I want to focus on the next slide and zoom in on the valves along the coast that we propose. This is where really the bulk of the appeal is, and this is where the bulk of the attention has been paid in this situation, right here along the coast. Now, here's what I think is important. If you look at what we have without the new valves, look at the distance from yellow box to yellow box. Okay. And in between each of those yellow boxes is oil. So even with an automated shutdown, look at the distance between the two yellow boxes. That's a pretty good bit of oil that's going to be inside that pipeline between those two boxes. But now consider what it would look like with all of the new automated valves. Look at the distance from green to green. And what's important about that is the smaller the distance, the less the volume. You can literally lock the oil in place. No new oil can come in. So you don't have that pumping. You don't have that. You are limited to what is in that small space between check valves. And that's crucial. One of the little added, it's a little added bonus, but one of the little added bonus about the new motorized automated valves, next one, is that they're going to be powered by renewable energy, solar and battery, as opposed to generators, which is what we used before. That's a bonus. Next slide. All right. So let's go back to 864 and the way it works. We propose what we think is best available technology. What we did here is we proposed the valve upgrade project. The Office of the State Fire Marshal has to give us a thumbs up or a thumbs down. He gave us a thumbs up, said, yeah, that is good technology. I like the addition of these valves. Go ahead. And so we had to roll it out. Kern County will be implementing this best available technology. San Luis Obispo County will be implementing this best available technology. The Santa Barbara zoning administrator wants this technology, approved it. On appeal, when your staff looked at it, reviewed it, analyzed it, its recommendation was implement this technology. But it's best available technology. It has to be available to us, and it's only available to us if you vote yes. What I'm asking is let's make it available. So a vote here, yes, let's add these valves, isn't a vote to restart the pipeline. What it is a vote to make that pipeline safe as possible, to protect the environment as much as possible. And there were a couple of things said that I can't let stand. A Swiss cheese pipeline. And where that came from is that there were 80 anomalies identified by PHMSA. That's where that comes from. And I think a little poetic license was taken because Swiss cheese is meant to imply, well, if there's an anomaly, there's a hole. What wasn't shared with you is since I think 2015 or 2016, that pipeline has been filled with an inert gas, nitrogen, and it's been filled under pressure, and it's been monitored, and the pressure's been monitored. And guess what? The pressure has stayed constant. What that means, anybody who's got a low tire indicator on your car knows that means, is if it's leaking, the pressure's going to go down. That hadn't happened. So that Swiss cheese pipeline has held the pressure for about 8 years, 7 or 8 years. So there are not holes in it. It is not leaking. An anomaly is basically wear and tear. Every time that my daughter or my wife need their car serviced, it becomes my car again. And so when I take it in, they always check the tread on my tires. And guess what? Sometimes it's worn. They tell me how much wear. Is it 50% of the tread wear? Okay. 80%? Yeah. You have a little more wear on this side than that side. And sometimes they say you should probably replace it now. And sometimes they say you need to watch it. We'll look at it the next time. That's all an anomaly is wear and tear. Now, to go over and above what we've done here is in our consent decree, and Don will talk about that more. We've agreed we'll address all the anomalies. So this pipeline is not going to reopen until it's approved by the fire marshal, and we meet a whole lot of things that Don's going to talk about. So I urge you, what we have is a choice: monitor and automate, or give you 16 new valves that'll do the job everybody wants done, protect the environment. Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you. You folks have used 16 minutes so far. I just wanted to let you know. And who's next?
Good morning. My name is Dawn Sestito. I'm going to continue the presentation for PPC. So good morning, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, commissioners. I again want to thank the staff and the commissioners for all the work you've put into this matter already. So I'm going to pick up from where Mr. Cash left off, and I want to start talking about a possible restart of the pipeline, because we've heard a lot of concerns about that. That's not what this project is about, but we want to address the concerns that have been raised. So to be very clear, allowing installation of the valves to comply with AB 864 is not authorization to restart the pipeline. If PPC decides to restart, if it decides to pursue restart, the company will have to follow the process outlined in the consent decree. So can I have the next slide, please? So this consent decree does provide a path to restart. It's a path that addresses all the integrity concerns that you've heard about today and that you heard about on March 1st. It was signed by federal and state agencies, and it was approved by a federal judge. So the agencies that signed and approved the path to restart are listed there. PHMSA, the U.S. Pipeline and Hazardous Materials Safety Administration, the EPA, Department of the Interior, NOAA, the U.S. Coast Guard, the State of California Department of Fish and Wildlife, the California Department of Parks and Recreation, California State Lands Commission, Office of the State Fire Marshal, the California Central Coast Regional Water Quality Control Board, and the UC Regents. They all signed off on this. May I please have the next slide? So we're here to talk about number one, which is AB 864 compliance. That's required by state law for the pipeline today. The consent decree outlines restart, and it lists many requirements that have to be met before a restart can occur. I've listed just some of them on this slide, but the consent decree will assure that the pipelines are sound before oil transportation is resumed, and it's OSFM that has final authority over the consent decree and restart. We've heard concerns about whether the liners and the cathodic protection are functioning. They are. The issue is how those protections were executed in the past, and that's acknowledged in the Gaviota Coastal Commission's letter, their submittal from a few days ago, where they talk about the failure by planes to detect and mitigate corrosion. And those execution steps are governed by this consent decree. It will address those concerns. We've heard concerns about pipeline corrosion. That's what this is going to address. And these requirements were developed by all of those signatories to the consent decree, and they're going to be administered and overseen by experts in pipeline safety. And then in addition to these consent decree requirements, PPC has also proposed a SIMQUAP. That is a safety, inspection, maintenance, and quality assurance program here in Santa Barbara County. Plains never had a SIMQUAP, but PPC has already proposed one. We've prepared it, we've submitted for county review. I want to talk now about pipeline integrity. So Mr. Cash addressed this a little bit, but I want to show you some images of what this pipeline looks like. The pipeline that's alleged to be Swiss cheese, because it's not at all. The lines aren't full of holes. I'll say it again. There's no holes in this pipeline. It's holding the pressure, just like a tire. The air is not getting out. The inert gas is not getting out. So may I have the next slide, please? So the pipeline was repaired after the 2015 rupture. They're actively monitored. There have been since 2018, seven federal and state agency audits of the lines. And as we said, they're filled with inert gas and they're holding that gas. They're holding that pressure. And that means there are no holes and there are no leaks. On March 1st, you were shown a single image of a small section of pipe and told that it was representative of the conditions of the entire pipeline system. But that's not accurate either. So may I have the next slide, please? So these are images from all throughout the pipeline system. And you can see there's lines pointing with dots on where the image came from. So you can see what these look like, the condition of the pipe. There's no holes. It's not a rust bucket. It's not riddled with corrosion. May I have the next slide? And this is a close-up shot of a typical section of the pipeline. So these images help you see that the pipeline is not full of holes. It's not riddled with corrosion. And even if you still have concerns about the condition of the pipeline, I want to assure you, PPC will not restart these lines unless confident in their integrity. And OSFM, the agency with exclusive jurisdiction to regulate intrastate pipeline safety and to authorize restart under the consent decree, OSFM will not allow them to be restarted unless confident in their integrity. But I want to also be clear that if PPC decides to undertake these efforts to restart the pipelines, it has every right to do so. The county has already confirmed that PPC has a vested right to restart. And the county has also confirmed that ExxonMobil has a vested right to restart the Santa Ynez unit and stated the county's preference for oil to be transported by pipeline rather than by truck. Now, you heard a lot about ownership of the pipeline, so let's talk about that. May I have the next slide? PPC owns these pipelines. They were purchased from Plains in October of 2022, and that is a pipeline marker. This is an actual picture from out on the line, and it's one of many pipeline markers that PPC has installed to let the public know exactly who is responsible for these lines. May I have the next slide, please? And other county, state, and federal agencies recognize PPC as the owner. They're listed up there, but including the Santa Barbara County tax assessor. So PPC is paying taxes on these lines. PPC is the owner of them, and that is why we are here today. As you heard, PPC applied for a change of ownership under Santa Barbara County Ordinance 25B. That was approved by the planning director already, but it is on appeal, and we'll be back before you on that issue separately. And PPC's even been added as a defendant in federal court in litigation related to the pipelines because it's now the owner of those lines. We know and we've heard some questions about the pending transaction. This proceeding today is not about Sable, and we cannot speak for Sable or for their plans. But if the Sable transaction closes, Sable will have to seek that same permission to have ownership and operatorship transferred, and that process will come through the county. But in any event, under CEQA, the identity of the end user is irrelevant to this appeal. No matter who owns the lines, AB 864 has to be complied with, and no matter who owns the lines, these valves should be installed. Now I'm going to turn to CEQA. So that was covered in a lot of detail in our letter submitted by Mr. Marsh on Sunday. So I'm going to address them at a little bit of a higher level, but all of the cases and citations are in our submittal. May I have the next slide, please? So I want to just remind everyone that if there's one exemption, just one exemption that applies, then there is no CEQA review at all. We didn't hear much discussion about the exemptions this morning from the appellants. And And what that means is if an exemption applies, you never even get to staff's option number 3. That's not on the table. So CEQA contains a statutory exemption for a project that is less than 8 miles in length and consists of maintenance, repair, or replacement of any valve. That exemption squarely applies here. You can see in that image that the individual valves are small. In fact, altogether, all 16 of them is less than a 1/4 mile in length, just 0.21 miles. And OSFM said they agree with this. They said this same thing, that the 8-mile CEQA exemption would apply to safety measures under AB 864. And when a statutory exemption like this applies, that means the legislature has determined that the work is exempt. It is not a matter of discretion for the county. It is not a matter of interpretation. The analysis ends here. There's no CEQA review, and that means option 3 is off the table. It's legally inappropriate. May I have the next slide, please? But in addition to that statutory exemption, there's categorical exemptions that apply too. So we have 3 listed here. So existing facilities applies because the valves are minor alterations to an existing pipeline. Appurtenant structures applies because the valves are accessory structures that serve the existing pipeline. And the small structure exemption applies because the structures are smaller than a single family house. And I think it's indisputable that they are. And appellants don't really dispute that these exemptions apply in their submittals. Instead, what they say, and again, this wasn't referenced this morning, but they say that there's exceptions to these categorical exemptions. So again, I want to be very clear. We need just one statutory or categorical exemption, and that exempts the project from CEQA review, just one. For appellants to prevail on their CEQA analysis, they have to prove both that the 8-mile statutory exemption does not apply, and they have to show that an exception applies to each of these 3 categorical exceptions. But they haven't shown that, and they haven't shown that those exceptions to the exemptions apply. May I have the next slide, please? So even if CEQA applies, right, if they can get past those hurdles, which legally they cannot, that would be a legally incorrect decision. But if it does, a full CEQA review is not appropriate. The valves are proposed to be added to a previously approved active pipeline. That's an existing facility under CEQA. And so the project review has to reflect the baseline conditions from the original EIR. The Planning Commission doesn't have discretion to disregard that original EIR. So the only possibly appropriate environmental review is the addendum that staff already prepared and presented to the commission on March 1st. And what that did is it assessed the incremental impact from the valves, which of course is beneficial because it makes the line safer. That addendum is not piecemealing. Each valve has independent utility, and it has no impact on the paths that PPC can take to either pursue restart or pursue replacement. And so the Planning Commission should not and cannot use this appeal as an excuse to reevaluate the whole pipeline. That project has already undergone full CEQA review, and it's entitled to finality under the law. And the county, the Planning Commission also should not disregard the EIR based on its age. And that's a position that the county has recently taken, that there's no time position, and that was adopted by the court. May I have the next slide, please? So, and there's no changed circumstances either. So this is what Ms. Diaz discussed in her comments. And we address a submittal from the Brownstein firm, a brief that they filed on page 6 of our letter, where they recite the standard, the importance of finality, how important it is to that there's a presumption that precludes the reopening of the CEQA process. But there's not changed circumstances here. All of these issues were identified and addressed in the original EIR. So that includes, emissions, pipeline corrosion, and oil spills. In fact, the EIR specifically contemplated corrosion, and that's addressed on page 15 of our letter, the specifics in there. And it specifically contemplated the possibility of an oil spill much larger than what occurred, even as the result of corrosion. So those allegations do not warrant or not change circumstances. And then regarding tribal cultural resources, there's been extensive outreach and there's no significant new information. So may I have the next slide, please? So I'm going to move on now to land rights. So this is a non-issue. There's a condition that the zoning administrator imposed. It's right there at the bottom. It's pasted there. PPC has to demonstrate the necessary land rights before beginning construction. We will comply with that condition. If we need additional rights of way, we will negotiate them. If we have to use eminent domain, we'll do that. Mr.
Ms.
Capello
Testito,
suggested.
your 30 minutes are up. Are you ready to finish up?
Oh, I apologize. Yeah, I had like 15 seconds left. So
Go ahead.
I'll say one more sentence, which is that
No,
it's
go
been
ahead, finish up.
suggested that the rights of way have lapsed, but that's a litigation position only. It's not been resolved by the court. It's not been adjudicated. So thank you very much for your time. We ask the Planning Commission to please deny the appeals and approve the project.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Sestito. Do any of the fellow planning commissioners have questions of Mr. Gregg or Mr. Cash or Ms. Sestito? Then let's move on to public comment. Mr. Villalobos, what do we have lined up for public comment in terms of how many?
All right.
In person, how many Zoom, and who wants to use their 1 minute privilege?
Okay, so let's see what we have here. I have 13 slips for in person. That includes Mr. Steiner up in the Betaravia Center. 3 of those have indicated that they would be willing to take a minute worth of time. And then currently I have 19 speakers on Zoom.
And are any of them able to communicate to you at this point in time whether they want to use their 1 minute opportunity?
So, right. So if you have your hand up on Zoom, so what we'd like people to do right now is if you're willing to limit your time to a minute, raise your hand. If you want to take the full time, go ahead and lower your hand at this time. And so it looks like I have nine folks with their hands up willing to do a minute.
Okay, let's go ahead and start with the.
So there's plenty of us here that want to do a 1 minute comment that weren't able to write it down.
So, Mr. Chair, there is, so as you and I spoke about earlier, when you made that announcement, there were some slips that had already been submitted. So would you like to address that now? Because I think that what we can do is make the offer that those who did not get to make that notation just line up and we can find their speaker slip.
Let's do that. So let's do the 1 minute presentations for those that are in a hearing room, whether it's here or Santa Maria. And
Okay, so what we'll do is I'll call Mr. Steiner first in Betaravia, and then we'll do the 1 minute speakers for the hearing room here. I'll call on those who have indicated on their speaker slip first. And if you would like to be included in that, we'll line you up and then we'll just find your speaker slip at that time. Okay.
Sounds good.
Okay. So
Mr. Steiner.
So our first speaker will be Mr. Steiner.
Chair and commissioners, I urge that you uphold the appeals. The valves would not prevent additional ruptures. How many gallons of oil would spread from the next accident? The 142,000 gallon spill of Exxon oil from that same pipeline 8 years ago has done more than enough damage in our county. There is still countless clumps of tar below the sand's surface. Will my wife and I ever again be able to walk on Refugio Beach without getting tar on our feet? The long list of Exxon's calamitous accidents will continue to grow wherever it operates and regardless of its claims of best available technology in 1985, 2015, or now. For decades, Exxon has found ways to avoid responsibility for full cleanup and restoration. Besides, recovery is never truly complete. I ask also that you consider the values of the Gaviota Coast Plan.
Mr.
To reduce
Steiner,
the risk-
you've used your minute. So can you finish in a sentence?
Yes, I can. Thank you. To reduce the risk of the next ruinous spill here, choose options 3 or 4. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Steiner.
All right, our next speaker will be Bill Woodbridge, to be followed by Thomas Cole, and then we'll go to any other speakers here in South County who want to take advantage of the 1 minute.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Woodbridge.
Hi, Chairman, and Planning Commission. Putting valves on this pipeline is only going to make it safer in that the amount of leakage might be reduced. There's no reason to put valves on this pipeline unless it's going to be restarted. You wouldn't go by old building zoning laws, or we wouldn't have retrofitting for earthquake retrofitting for all our buildings when you build them now. What's the sense in retrofitting, telling somebody that has a crumbling building that you need to retrofit it? The people on the consent decree who signed the consent decree aren't citizens who live here and go to the creeks and go to the beach and go to the water to enjoy the beaches. I live here in Glida. A lot of other people live here that are going to suffer, even if it's only a 50-gallon or 1,000-gallon leak between these two valves. That's a 50 or 1,000-gallon leak too much. There's no guarantee that there won't be a leak. Look at the leak that happened 8 years ago. We showed you
Mr.
pictures of the
Woodbridge,
leak.
You've used your minute.
That was 8 years ago. Look how bad it might be now. Please vote for an EIR. I plead with you.
Our next
Thank
speaker will
you.
be Thomas Cole, and if there are others, just start lining up against the wall nearest the podium. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. Thomas Cole, running for Congress. I am a friend of business. Oil is a business, creates many, many jobs in the county. And it appears they are working very hard to make the pipe safer. Seems like a good idea to let new valves be put in. And the other option is to say no oil from Santa Barbara County. That means no jobs for many people. It also means less oil into our national system. And right now, California is importing oil from Saudi Arabia. So that could be the result of these endless litigations against oil production. So thank you.
Thank you.
And for us, just when you come up to the podium, just introduce yourself for the record, and I'll find your slip.
Right. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much, Chair Park and Commissioners, staff, for all of your hard work. Appellants and applicants. I think that the applicants especially will have a lot to learn from what I'm about to say in my little comment here. So I am one of the executive chairs for UCSB's Environmental Affairs Board. So thank you so much for taking the time to critically review this case and to question some of the underlines that Plains, PPC, Exxon, Sable, all of the wonderful oil companies that have had such a great record of incredible environmental robust regulations have made here today. Throughout this hearing, we've been relying on a 40-year-old document, the 1985 EIR, which means that the decision that we make today should also be sound for 40 years. Do we know if these 80 documented anomalies will last for the next 40 years? We have seen the devastations that pipelines, and indeed this very pipeline, cause to our local communities, ecosystems, economies, and have indisputable scientific evidence that our future can't be rooted in fossil fuels. It's been a pleasure working with you, commissioners, over the past couple of years, and this is my last year here as a student at UCSB. I strongly urge you to support either option 3 or option 4 for this project. Thank you so much for your time, consideration, and for all of the time over the years. Thank you.
And I'm sorry, just before you, I'm sorry, can you
Yes.
just tell me what your name is? So I can find
Yeah,
it?
Kat Lane.
Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. And who's next?
Good morning. My name is Anna Eisenberg, and I am an advocacy co-chair of UCSB's Environmental Affairs Board. Thank you all for your careful consideration of this issue at the last hearing and again today. In the interest of ensuring a future that consists not of toxic beaches, but of clean oceans and environmental progress, I urge you to support either option 3, mandating the preparation of an additional EIR, or option 4, the outright denial of this proposal. As demonstrated by the 2015 Refugio oil spill, further use of the pipeline threatens the valuable ecosystems, landscapes, and human lives that depend on a healthy environment. The addition of valves to the pipeline is simply not enough to ensure that it will operate safely. In this age of expanding scientific knowledge and intensifying environmental challenges, we have an opportunity to ensure that our infrastructure is designed with the most current and complete information in mind. This important work begins right now by preventing the applicant from restarting this outdated, unreliable pipeline without informed oversight. Again, I urge your selection of either option 3 or option 4. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. And who's next?
Morning. My name is Tevin Schmidt. Planning Commissioners, I'm Tevin Schmidt, the watershed scientist for the Wish-Toyo Chumash Foundation. As detailed in our letter, we have serious concerns about the valve upgrade project. The project does not meet any of the requirements of the CEQA exemptions in which the applicant seeks to avoid environmental review. Supplemental environmental review is necessary for this project. The 1985 EIR for the construction of these pipelines does not even mention Chumash one time. There's no analysis of impacts to Chumash peoples or cultural resources. We all witnessed the damage the 2015 spill caused to Casil, traditionally important coastal fisheries, and lifeways of Chumash peoples. This project must not be allowed to move forward without analyzing impacts to the dozens of endangered species that could be impacted by the restart of oil transportation through lines 901 and 903. 22 of these species were not even listed when the 1985 EIR was prepared. We urge the Planning Commission to deny this project or demand supplemental environmental review. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jonathan Ullman. I'm the director of the Santa Barbara Ventura chapter of the Sierra Club. We support a supplemental environmental impact review, option number 3. The applicants would have you believe there's no reason for a supplemental. They say the January 1985 original is good enough. 202 birds, 99 mammals, at least 46 sea lions, and 12 dolphins would strongly disagree if they had survived. There's a graphic on the front page of the EIR from 1986. First thing you notice about the EIR is that all the pages are yellowed. And then you see this front page graphic. This is a style called Memphis Milano, very popular in the 1980s. You can see it in my yearbook that was in my 10th grade bedroom. They show like these lines. Okay, these are real mountains. These are not straight lines. And the paper document, cellulose fiber, oxidized EIR is a relic. The papers document cellulose, from white to yellow, much like the oxidation of steel from Pacific salt, wind, and rain.
Thank you, Mr. Ullman.
Was there anyone else here in the room that would like to take advantage of the 1 minute speaking time? I don't see any hands raised. Chair Park, would you like to go to the 1 minute Zoom?
I would like to. Let's do that.
Okay. Okay, so I'm just going to call on you. Again, if you want to speak for 1 minute, go ahead and raise your hand at this time, and I'll just go down the list. Okay, our first speaker is going to be Ben Oakley, to be followed by Nadia Abushanab. Mr. Oakley?
Hi, yeah, just confirming, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Very well, thank you. My name is Ben Oakley. I'm with the Western States Petroleum Association. I happen to chair WSPA's pipeline committee, so I personally represented the industry on the development of the Coastal Best Available Technology regulations with the Office of State Fire Marshal. Neither AB 864 nor the implementing regulations envision that CEQA review should be the basis for delaying the installation of these critical new technologies to protect the environment. In fact, when the industry met with the Office of State Fire Marshal back in 2020 and asked what would happen if a local jurisdiction's permit review caused delays in implementation, they were incredulous. Have you informed them that it's required by the state? They asked. The Office of State Fire Marshal went as far as to offer to meet with local jurisdictions to facilitate the permit review and installation process in order to prevent delays. We're here today so that the environmental protections required by the state law can be put in place. This entire exercise is being done to reduce the potential impacts to the environment. We ask that you allow the installation of the best available environmental protections as required by state law. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Oakley. Let's go ahead.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Ms. Abushanab, to be followed by Kathy Vreeland and then Luke Karras.
Good morning, Chair Park and Commissioners. My name is Nadia Abushanab. I'm here on behalf of SBCAN, the Santa Barbara County Action Network. And SBCAN supports the appeals and urges the Commission to direct the applicant to conduct the supplemental environmental review or to deny the project. The applicant is adamant that the decision before you does not have to do with restarting the pipeline. But I just want to emphasize the point that Ms. Citron said, that if they are not intending to restart the pipeline, then what is the purpose of going through all of this disruption to the habitat and spending all this money and going through this project if not to restart the pipeline? So I do think you need to consider that. I think there also needs to be consideration of the current corroded state of the pipeline in the supplemental EIR. And again, I just urge you to please choose option 3 or 4. Thank you.
Thank you. And who's next?
Ms. Vreeland, it would be next, to be followed by Luke Karras.
Good morning, Chairman Park and fellow commissioners. My name is Kathy Vreeland, and I'm here to represent the Buellton Chamber of Commerce and the business community. Excuse me. I would like to express my concern regarding the loud message that it's going to send to our business community should you uphold this appeal. So if the Planning Commission does not support the existing ordinances that allow businesses to function appropriately and within state and federal regulations, then you have failed this community. Your staff has done their due diligence, and the applicant is following state and federal regulations with regards to making upgrades to the valves by utilizing the best available technology, as stated earlier in the staff report, to minimize risks going forward. It is important that the Planning Commission support the work of the county staff and understand the significant analysis that was presented to the zoning administrator who approved the permits, specifically those required to comply with regulatory obligations. I would also like to ask you to allow this applicant to move forward with upgrading their valve system, which will keep our coast and community safer going forward. Thank you for your time and consideration today.
Thank you.
Next speaker will be Mr. Luke Karras, to be followed by Tori Cuthbert.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Karras, go ahead.
Okay. Hello, my name is Luke Karras. I'm a member of the Sunrise Movement, and I'm here to speak in support of the appeal. But I think the most important part of my identity is that I am a Goleta resident, and I love living in Goleta because it is so beautiful to be near the ocean, near the mountains, and live in an environment that is not under threat by an oil spill. And I'd like to push back against the last speaker and say that, yes, there's a lot of businesses here, and I don't know I'm not a business person. I don't know what kind of message would be sent, but I do know that a lot of businesses in our community would not be able to exist without the beautiful nature that we have here. And this beautiful nature is under threat whenever we have catastrophic events like oil spills. So I think we should select option 3 or 4 and support the appeal. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Karras. And who's next?
The next speaker will be Tori Cuthbert, to be followed by Alyssa Jane.
Good morning. My name is Tori Cuthbert. I grew up here in Santa Barbara and work here locally now. I'm a part of over 7 local community groups and join hundreds of environmental and local business and local community activists. I'm here to urge you today to protect our community, environment, and economy and pursue options 3 or 4 today so that the community you serve, your constituents, can continue to enjoy a clean and healthy environment. And so that our local nature and tourist-based economy that relies on a clean, healthy environment can continue to thrive. Please protect our community, our economy, our environment, and pursue options 3 or 4. I also want to bring into the room the thousands of local friends, family, children, workers, and species who cannot be here today to speak up in defense of our local environment because they have to work or attend school. It is a privilege to have the hours it requires to attend and speak at these meetings, to speak up to protect our local people and environment. For every one person here today urging you to pursue options 3 or 4, there are thousands more that want and need the same thing. Thank you.
Right.
Our next speaker will be Alyssa Jane, to be followed by Jake Tume.
Hello, my name is Alyssa Jane. I am a member of Sunrise Santa Barbara. I am also a UCSB student, and I have been for the past 4 years. Thank you to the Commission for hearing this appeal and considering this issue thoughtfully. To best protect the county, its residents, and the ecosystems of Santa Barbara, the Commission should deny the valve upgrade or at least require an environmental impact report. This pipeline is susceptible to corrosion, and approving the valve upgrade without evaluating the environmental impacts again would be risking another devastating oil spill. If Exxon really wanted to protect the environment as they claimed earlier, then they would support option 3 as well and pursue a supplemental EIR. Even with the shutoff valves, if the pipeline is corroded, which it likely is, there will be an oil spill. Frankly, just cutting down the amount of oil that spills out of this pipeline, as Exxon claimed earlier, is not good enough. In accordance with CEQA, a supplemental EIR is necessary to properly consider the impacts of valve installation and using the pipeline. Thank you so much for your time.
Our next speaker will be Jake Tume, and to be followed by Marissa Sullivan. And just for Ms. Sullivan, I know that there appear to be 4 of you in the Zoom. Just if you could just identify yourselves as we go through those.
This is Jake Toomey. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Toomey.
All right. Thank you so much for listening to us here today. My name is Jake Toomey. I'm a student at UCSB and an intern with CalPERG students. I support denial of this project, or at the very least, directing the preparation of a supplemental environmental impact report, which is options 3 or 4. Oil pipelines are obscene. They're an unnatural blot on our pristine landscape. They move thousands of gallons of liquid death that we cannot trust won't spill and destroy the environment. The irony here being that even if the pipeline is foolproof, the oil within it is destined to burn and increase CO2 in the atmosphere. Really, continuing to build fossil fuel infrastructure is a no-win situation. But if this project cannot get outright denied, which it should be, it is absolutely imperative that we do our due diligence and conduct a thorough environmental impact report. To allow this pipeline to be restored would show that we still haven't learned our lesson from the countless oil spills that have come from trusting fossil fuel industries to be safe. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And there's anyone else on Zoom that would like to take advantage of the 1-minute option, go ahead and raise your hand now. I'll call you. And looks like we have some additional takers. Let's start with Marissa Sullivan. You had your hand up first, and then we'll go to Bill Hickman.
Hi, this is Maura Sullivan, spelled M-A-U-R-A. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Go
please
ahead.
go ahead.
Okay. Haku mep Chumawish, Molakakti. My name is Maura. I'm Chumash. I'm born and raised in Goleta, California. Yeah, today this is my second time being on an Exxon-related hearing with the county, and I just want to continue to urge the county to use best possible safety practices for the state of California, being CEQA and the the needed update on the EIS. I was born in 1987. It's really shocking that we're relying on knowledge from, over 35 years ago. As a Chumash person, it's especially upsetting to hear people say that there's no new significant findings. And I just really wonder about, we all hold things sacred in a different way. And I'm worried that just because you don't think something will be significantly impacted, we are concerned about the plant and animal life. These are living cultural places. And so I really do, I'm in favor of the appeals. And again, it's really hard to give comment on things like this because the wording can be so confusing. But again, I just want to say that I really do want these permits to be appealed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Bill Hickman, to be followed by Glenn Morris.
Thank you. My name is Bill Hickman. I'm with the Surfrider Foundation. We support options 3 or 4, denial of the project, or at the very least, directing the preparation of a supplemental environmental impact report. All 3 of those offshore platforms from the 1980s and the corroded pipeline service them need to be retired, not restarted to have another chance to spill. The stakes of another oil spill on a corroded pipeline are too high for our coastal ecosystems and for Santa Barbara's coastal economy to bypass additional environmental review on this highly dangerous project. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Hickman.
Our next speaker will be Glenn Morris, to be followed by Irene Cook.
Morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. I appreciate the opportunity to address you today. I want to start just by echoing the comments made by my colleague, Kathy Breland from the Buellton Chamber a few minutes ago. It is critical that the county be a trusted partner, and that when rules and processes are established, that businesses can rely on those. The best way to mitigate potential impacts like those that many of your speakers are hyping as fears is to allow this upgrade and to allow this business to comply with the regulations administered by the professional staff at the state fire marshal, implementing a law, ironically originally authored by Santa Barbara County Supervisor Chair Doss Williams. We strongly encourage you to deny the permit or this appeal and to allow the work of your staff to be respected and relied upon. Thank you.
Thank you. Who's next?
Irene Cook is the last speaker with their hand up, and if you want to take advantage, go ahead and raise your hand. I'll call on you after Ms. Cook.
Hello.
Go ahead, please.
Yes. I'm with the Society of Fearless Grandmothers Santa Barbara, and I want to just point out that it is disingenuous of the applicant to claim that the purpose of this valve upgrade would not be to restart the pipeline. The reality is that installing valves will result in the restart of an aging pipeline, the same pipeline that failed in 2015 after years of neglect that a court decreed criminal. The idea that you can proceed with approval of this project based on an EIR from the 1980s is reckless and endangers both the health and safety of Santa Barbara County citizens. I urge you to, at the very least, require a supplemental environmental impact report. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. We have one of the other Marissa Sullivans.
Oh, sorry. My name is Spencer Jaimez.
Thank you so much. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Okay. Haku Haku, Spencer Cockty. Hello, my name is Spencer, and I am Smooch Chumash based in Santa Barbara, California. And I want to urge the board to not support the development of this pipeline and any future development of any other pipeline. You know, there will be a spill and a leakage. It's gonna happen. It always happens. We can see that throughout not just marine pipelines, but other pipelines throughout this country. They always will spill and leak. And I think one of my main concerns is that if there is a huge oil leak, this will devastate our channel and our ocean and our animal relatives. And coming from a paddler standpoint, you know, me and my father take care of two of our traditional plank canoes, our tomos, and our children and my grandchildren won't have the opportunity to fish in our channel if our channel was going to be filled up with oil. And for years and years to come, these fish, our animals, or animal relatives will be sick. And so I just want to urge the board to not support this pipeline development and any future pipeline development. And that our voices as, you know, the first peoples here is heard and listened to, and yeah. So Kakinal, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Jaimez. And who is next?
I don't see any remaining hands up for 1 minute. I'm sorry. Anyone else? Now's the time.
Okay, now, it looks like we have no one else wants to speak for a minute or less. What do we have left in the room and on Zoom?
I have 7 remaining speaker slips for folks here in the hearing room. And it's probably less than 10 on Zoom as well.
Okay, okay. We're going to take another 10-minute break right now. We'll really stick it to 10 minutes. And then we'll go ahead and try to finish public comment before we break for lunch.
Chair Park, we're back on the air.
Very good. We're reconvening our morning session for the April 26th Planning Commission meeting. And let's go ahead with the some of the speakers, at least in the Santa Barbara room. I'd like to do 4, and then I'll do 4 of the Zoom, and we'll alternate back and forth.
Okay. Let's see here. I apologize in advance if I mispronounce your name. First speaker will be Adam Mingot, to be followed by Dustin Hoyseth and then Katie Davis.
Okay, and you'll have 3 minutes apiece, but we'll stick to that 3 minutes. Ready to go?
Ready? Okay, thank you. Oh, hello, my name is Adam Mango. I've worked for Exxon for 8 years. I was born in Ventura. I live here in Santa Barbara. I live at El Escorial Apartments right down here at East Beach. I'm married. I have 2 daughters. They also go to school here in Santa Barbara. I drive a Prius. And commissioners, it's true. No one has ever told me cool Prius. Okay, so in all my time at Exxon, they do take the environment and safety of its people at the highest priority. As an employee and a member of the community here in Santa Barbara, I want all pipelines to be as safe as possible. There's a major natural gas distribution line that runs right next to my home along East Beach. I think it's actually being worked on right now, maybe, I'm not sure, but it runs there under East Beach. I want that line to be as safe as possible that runs near my home. And I want all the pipelines to be as safe as possible, including the Los Flores pipeline. It's my understanding these safety valves are required by law. Please give us the opportunity to uphold the law and make this line as safe as possible for everybody. Please approve the installation of the safety valves. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Dustin Hoyseth, to be followed by Katie Davis, then Larry Bishop.
Great, thank you.
Why is everybody else so tall? There we go. Hello, Chair Park and Planning Commissioners. My name is Dustin Hoyseth. I'm with the Santa Barbara South Coast Chamber of Commerce, which represents businesses from Goleta to Carpinteria. I'm not sure I'm in the right room because I don't want to get up here today and talk to you about oil. I just want to talk about process. When our chamber and our business members interact with our regional jurisdictions, we value one thing above all else: consistency. And I know based on experience that this is something that our local decision makers strive to uphold as well. With that said, I'd like to talk about the issue before you today. While myself and the chamber can respect the appeals process as an important part of good government, as well as understand the concerns that have brought us to today's meeting, we argue that today's decision should be made based upon consistency. Businesses throughout the county should be able to feel assured that if they follow the county's process and comply with local ordinances and regulations, as has been the case with this project, that their project will not be treated any differently based on outside factors, opinions, or future decisions. This project has undergone almost a year of analysis from county staff. It has been approved by the zoning administrator, as you know, and staff has prepared and offered responses to each of the issues raised in the appeals. From where I'm standing, it appears that this project meets the requirement for approval. But I can also understand that with projects of this nature, the conversation can take on a much larger scope than the agendized issues, which is why I keep bringing up the issue of consistency. Based on the information that has been presented today, my concern is that upholding the appeals would send a message to local businesses that they cannot trust the process to be objective and impartial. The county, the project applicant, and the appellants have gone through a diligent process to get where we are today, but it's time to make a decision based on the facts within the scope of this process. I trust the Planning Commission will make the decision that you feel best aligns with your views of consistency for this process, but I do ask that you deny the appeals and approve the project. Thank you all for your time and your service to our communities.
Our next speaker will be Katie Davis, to be followed by Larry Bishop, and then we'll start taking some Zoom.
Hi, Katie Davis, Chair of the Santa Barbara Ventura Sierra Club. I'm also a Goleta resident who lost her beach during that period. I'm also on the CEC President's Council, and CEC is a member of the Chamber of Commerce. And I worked for a lot of tech companies, and I'm invested in Goleta companies that are represented by the chamber, and they're not representing all of the business. They're representing the ones that care the most to show up and steer the thing. So I just want to make that clear. Thank you so much for recognizing this valved application is our only opportunity to consider restarting an unsafe pipeline that caused a devastating oil spill 8 years ago. Thank you so much for listening to the overwhelming community opposition. Thank you for acknowledging that many things have changed since the original pipeline EIR was certified in 1985. For one, we invented computers. This is an old relic, and new technology. The composition of the oil is different. So many things have changed. We have new fracking technology and all kinds of things. The entire climate has changed since that EIR was done. Now we've got historic wildfires on land all around this project, and rising seas and stronger storms in the ocean all around these platforms and on that bluff line that we didn't have before. Another change is the pipeline would transport oil from 40-year-old aging platforms that were designed to last 25 years. That was their lifespan. And with numerous documented problems of corrosion and leaks on the platforms themselves. And our priorities have changed. It is established state and international law now that we need to get off of fossil fuels and manage that transition quickly. And we prohibit offshore oil in the state of California now too, because we know how frequent and damaging offshore oil spills are. We've learned a lot about the impacts. Lots of things have changed, which can be considered during scoping. Let me remind you also that it is the position of this county and the state of California that line 901, 903 should not be restarted. Our county district attorney and the state attorney for California went to immense trouble and expense to convict Plains for causing the oil spill. And they asked the judge during sentencing, and I was there in the room, they asked him to prohibit restarting lines 901 or 903, or even to threaten to restart. That was what they asked for from the judge. The judge said he could not require that because you can't jail a company. So there wasn't any way to enforce that provision. But he agreed with the direction that this is an unsafe pipeline. And you can deny this project because you certainly can't find that restarting this pipeline is the safest alternative, as it was judged to be in 1986. It is not safe. We know that now. Or you can require a thorough EIR that reckons with the many new environmental harms from restarting an aging shutdown oil operation, particularly since Exxon wants to avoid liability by funding this flimsy speculative blank check company to take over the operations. Thank you.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, I have a question for the speaker.
Go ahead,
Yeah,
Commissioner Bradley.
so Ms. Davis, thank you so much. You made a comment about that it's a position of the county and the state of California to not restart 901 and 903. What citation is that from?
So both the county of Santa Barbara, the district attorney's office, and the state of California were part of the criminal conviction of Plains. So they went to a lot of time and expense. They had a huge jury pool. I got called in to be on the jury. They went through everyone in Santa Barbara. And then at the end, after they were convicted by the jury, during sentencing, there was a sentencing hearing, and the county asked for a huge fine, like $1 billion fine. They asked for different things, for probationary things. And one of them was not to be allowed to restart that pipeline, the 901, 903, or to threaten to do so. That was one of the things they asked for. They said, please sentence Plains to probation and make these requirements. The judge said, those are all great. I agree, except we can't jail a company if they don't comply. So we can't enforce probation. So we can't do that. And we can only have this minimal fine. So that's what I'm referring to. And that was the state of California and the county that were asking for that in that room. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Larry Bishop and then we'll go on back to Zoom for a few speakers.
Good morning, commissioners. My name is Larry Bishop, Safe Energy Now North County, and a retired hazardous material specialist with Santa Barbara County. Thank you for this opportunity to comment. I live in Buellton, where several years ago, in the middle of the night, this pipeline in question was cleaned out and vented to our my West Buellton neighborhood, sickening my family and hundreds of my Buellton neighbors throughout the night. As a hazmat specialist, I worked with your energy division and the SSRC to enforce petroleum transport and processing permit and health and safety code requirements. With our limited local authority, we tried, but obviously failed to prevent the deterioration of these pipelines due to lack of pipeline monitoring and maintenance, resulting in the Refugio Beach and Buellton releases. In the late 80s, all of the assurances about monitoring and maintenance that you just heard from today's proponents were made by Exxon, Celeron et al. Back then. As a citizen of Santa Barbara County, to protect we the people and our environment, I must insist that your commission deny the Exxon Plains valve project proposal, option 4, or at least require a supplemental EIR option 3, which hopefully this time will lead to proper, effective, and diligent design, monitoring, and maintenance of any reconstructed or new pipeline. Thank you.
Thank you.
All
Mr.
right,
Bishop.
we're going to go back and take some Zoom speakers.
Let's
First
do
speaker
4
will
of them.
be 4
Let's
of them.
do
Okay,
4 and
great.
then we'll go back to the other.
So first will be Brett Garrett, to be followed by Maritza Sullivan.
Good morning. My name is Brett Garrett. I just want to strongly urge you to reject this project, uphold the appeals. Exxon is a criminal company and should not be trusted. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay.
Ms. Sullivan.
Hello, everybody. My name is Marisa Sullivan. I am the tribal representative for the coastal band of the Chumash Nation. I happen to be the former tribal chair as well. I'd like to thank the commission for their time and their serious attention to this matter. I'm making the following requests: that the Planning Commission approve the appeals made today, that the Planning Commission, based on the directions they gave their staff, go with option 4 and deny any further development of this rotting pipeline, that the Planning Commission deny any further approval of any project related to these lines until Exxon or whoever, whatever name they want to come up with next time, provides an additional subsequent environmental impact. I would also like to address the statement made that there was no significant new information related to tribal cultural resources. This illustrates the absolute disconnect that the fossil industry has with our land. You need to remove that particular point, if you will, from your slide presentation, actually. It only illustrates that you did not engage in meaningful tribal consultation with us, as is your responsibility. If you had, you would have been informed that as Chumash people, we have a relationship to the land and all its living beings. We continue to grieve to this day the harm that was done in May of 2015. I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. And so we'll just go down the line and ask for a couple more. I see some people are still joining us. First, our next speaker will be Ferris Stack, to be followed by Gary Michaels. And if you don't want to speak, just go ahead and that's fine.
Hi, good morning, County Planning Commission. My name is Ferris Stack. I grew up on Chumash homelands in Malibu, California, and I am a new resident of Santa Barbara. I grew up as a competitive swimmer for most of my life. I spent almost every single day of my life since I was 5 years old swimming in our Pacific Ocean. I have, and I'm sure I share, a deep love for our coast, for our oceans, and for the lands that we live on. The environment is what makes, living in Santa Barbara truly so special. In 2018, I lost my childhood home in the Woolsey wildfires. Apologies. I almost lost my brother, my dad, in the fires. And I actually did lose 2 of my neighbors because of the fires. Oil pipelines are bloodlines of climate disasters. They fuel climate disasters. They're fueling the climate crisis. Wildfires, flooding, all of these disasters are happening because we are allowing oil companies to get away with the work that they are doing. Today, I am urging you, each and every one of you commissioners, to support option 3 or 4, denial of the project, or at the very least, directing the preparedness of a supplemental EIR. As a new resident in Santa Barbara, we are going to continue experiencing these disasters. We must put an end to the sources that are fueling these disasters. And, please, at the very least, support option 3 or 4 in the name of, in support of a healthy community of, current and future generations. I urge you, I desperately urge you to support option 3 or 4. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And who's next?
Our next speaker will be Gary Michaels, and then we'll return back to the hearing room for Brady Bradshaw.
Okay.
Mr. Michaels, if you're still with us, go ahead and unmute yourself.
No, I have nothing to say. I don't know why I'm being asked to speak. It must be a mistake.
That's totally fine. Totally fine. Okay, moving on back to the hearing room, Mr. Bradshaw.
Thank you, Chair Park and Commissioners. My name is Brady Bradshaw. I'm a campaigner with the Center for Biological Diversity. In my life already, I've directly witnessed and smelled the oil from 3 major oil spills offshore and the dead and dying wildlife that has been impacted. I'm here to ask that the Commission would either deny the valve upgrade project on this corroded and dangerous pipeline, or at the very least require a supplemental environmental impact report, options 3 and 4. We appreciate the Planning Commission's thoughtful consideration of the state of the pipeline, the status of the ownership transfer, and the fact that this approval of this permit would terminate the county's oversight of a highly dangerous pipeline proposal that would impact Santa Barbara for decades to come. Pacific Pipeline Company and Exxon want to install a few valves to get oil pumping and make some money. If I asked you to help me find my car keys because I'm too drunk to find them, would you just hand me the keys and say good luck? Because there's no harm in handing the keys over? Remember that Exxon owns about half of Sable's shares. So Pacific Pipeline Company, a subsidiary of Exxon, claiming they want to take responsibility for the pipeline is just comedic. They want to make some quick money off Santa Barbara and put the externalities on residents and the environment, just like oil companies always do. Are they going to be responsible for spills decades from now? No, they're just going to try to convince you to hand over the keys without thinking about it too much. It's interesting how Exxon on one hand touts the highest level of safety here, usually only when they're required to by law, but they fight the laws like CEQA here, and are also pursuing a major oil project as fast as possible in Guyana, far offshore, where there's very little to no environmental regulation. They only want to ensure companies, the only way to ensure companies like these are responsible is to make them responsible by exercising the full extent of the law. We know that corrosion happens over time. This is specifically true for subsea sections of the pipeline. One offshore study shows that after 20 years, the probability of failure increases by 10% to 100% per year. The offshore platforms that are now over 50 years old, the offshore platforms are now over 50 years old. So this kind of failure risk has already been increasing for over 30 years and culminated in a terrible spill already. Why didn't the PPC presentation show some of the pictures of the pipeline from the PHMSA report? Those were terrible. Finally, the applicant clearly has not consulted sufficiently with tribal entities while claiming that they have, which is just shameful and disrespectful. This ill-conceived project needs to be denied outright, or at the very least to require a full supplemental environmental impact report. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Brian Anderson, to be followed by Julie Hensey. And then if that's the remainder of my speaker slips for in the room, and if there's anyone who would like to speak that's still on Zoom, I just kindly ask that you raise your hand. Thank you.
All right. Good morning, commissioners. My name is Brian Anderson, and I'm the asset manager for ExxonMobil's San Ynez unit. I live in the San Ynez Valley with my wife and 2 children. And as the asset manager and my career with ExxonMobil, I've been with them for over 17 years. At ExxonMobil, we pride ourselves on our safety culture, our integrity, and our environmentally responsible operations. We've operated this way in Santa Barbara County for over 40 years. We are recognized by the industry and by regulators for these values. And this decision in front of you is a perfect example of our pipeline company doing the right thing and ensuring that the best available technology is applied. From my work, I spend a lot of time in the community, meeting with business leaders, community leaders, and hardworking families. Overwhelmingly, what I hear from the community is they're looking for their local government to do the right thing, especially where there's a business that has a vested right to operate. From the past, the commission appeared to be focused on the wrong issues. This is about installing safety valves to protect the environment and meet California regulations. The decision in front of you today is simply a land use question on whether you're going to listen to your staff and follow the county's land use code, allowing for the installation of safety valves on the existing active line and meeting the laws and regulations of California. My request of you is to exercise your discretion appropriately. Listen to your staff. They've done a great job. And do the right thing for the people of Santa Barbara County. The right decision is to deny the appeals and allow for the installation of the new valves and approve the project. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Julie Hensey, then back to Zoom to Steve Walcom.
Hi, I'm Julie Hensey. I drove up here from the city of Ventura this morning. I live in Ventura County. The issue before you today is part of a larger problem that affects not just people in Santa Barbara County, but Ventura County, up and down the coast, and in fact, the entire world. My husband is 59. When he was a kid, he was a oops baby, last of 6. He remembers sitting around the dining room table. He had 5 siblings smoking and his parents. We know now that was not a healthy environment. We know now that whole industry was wrong. We know now how much money they made off the health of all of us, and they did it legally. I can't help but think today that this is like a cigarette factory saying, we're in compliance, we're doing everything right, we're following all the codes. Sure, there was a fire, but we have suppression systems. That fire won't leave this room. What is the bigger picture? What is the bigger picture? We have a choice to be in industries that are harmful to the future of our planet. We have a choice to work in an industry that's harmful. My father had a cattle and hog farm. My son won't eat meat. Things change. He would tell my grandfather, if he was still alive, not to produce pork and beef anymore. Yes, some industries provide jobs for people, but maybe we shouldn't have those industries. So I ask you to think about future generations. I ask you to think about the earth. I ask you to think about children like my husband who had really no options. And it was legal for his parents to sit there and blow smoke in his face. I thank you for letting me come up here from Ventura County, and I hope you'll take into consideration the larger picture. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving back to Zoom, I only have one additional hand raised. If you like to speak, go ahead and raise your hand now. Our next speaker will be Steve Balcom.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, my name is Steve Balcom. I'm Senior Vice President of a pipeline company, ARB. We're probably the largest and the oldest pipeline company here in California. We've basically been working only in California probably for the last 60 years. You know, we are currently working in Gaviota, Ventura, Lompoc, but doing pipeline installation. You know, and looking at this project at ExxonMobil, which by the way, I do not represent ExxonMobil, but I do a lot of work in the industry, and most of the oil companies, gas companies right now, that's the thing that everybody's doing is automated valves. And obviously the more valves you have in a system, the safer the system's going to be. Boy, I've been listening to this whole thing, and there's a lot of passion going on in that community, and I get it, but there's also a lot of things that I heard being said that just, with my experience in an application of these pipelines, just not true. You know, there's a lot of technology, people talking about rusted pipe, wall loss, all of those things have technology today to identify. You know, and obviously with the state fire marshal, there's oversight there also. When we do a hydro test, state fire marshal will a lot of times validate it. All of these charts go to the state fire marshal. There's so much oversight in this industry. These things almost can't happen. But I've worked for ExxonMobil in the past. I will say that they do it right. They always have. For the jobs that I have done for them, we don't cut corners with them. They don't cut corners. I say, you know, as far as a contractor, you know, if we're talking about just valves, and I know that there's a whole other political side of this, this will be the safest pipeline in the country after this thing gets put forward with all the focus that's on this thing. And that's basically it. And thank you for the time.
All right, unless there are any other members of the public who would like to speak, raise your hand. If not, Mr. Balcom was our last speaker. Mr. Chair, I'm not seeing any additional hands up.
We're done with public comment. Okay. Then we'll take a lunch break and we'll resume with the rebuttal by appellants. So let's be ready to roll at exactly 1 o'clock.
Chair Park, we are back on the air whenever you're ready to resume.
Very good. Okay, we're going to reconvene for the afternoon session of the April 26th hearing for the Santa Barbara County Planning Commission. Our next step on this particular matter would be the appellant's rebuttal. Appellants, are you ready to go?
Yes, we are.
And 10 minutes, please. Or less if you don't have as much to say.
Well, I have a lot to say, but I have
Okay, well,
two
you can do it, too.
co-counsel with me, so I'm going to limit my remarks to 4 minutes. And Ms. Diaz will grab my arm and stop me, and then she'll talk for, I think, 2, and then Ms. Citrin. So
Okay. Thank
may
you,
I
Mr.
begin?
Collins. Go ahead, please.
What's the rush? What's the rush? Why are we rushing if we are such an environmentally conscious company? If it is so important to preserve your reputation, why not a supplemental EIR? What's the rush? It's certainly not the date that was the issue with regards to AB 864. That's gone. So the question is what do we do that's right? What do you do that's right? Now, who are we? I heard Ms. Vreeland, Buellton Chamber of Commerce. I think they own a car dealership up there. God bless them. I represent some of the largest wineries, ranchers, landowners in the county who have this pipeline easement on their property that is no longer valid. We represent some of the largest oil companies that assisted the oil companies and all had to shut their contracts down in a lawsuit in LA. Aquios, Clark Construction, drillers, of people that supplied oil equipment to the oil industry in California, in Santa Barbara Channel. These are businesses that are hurt by an oil spill. There is no rush to judgment here. Well, and by the way, who is PPC? Have you asked yourself who they are? Well, they talk about Exxon. They wear the Exxon coat. Great. But I don't know what their financial statement is. I don't know who they are. I don't know how long they're going to be around. I do know that they've told the public in filings with the SEC that they've sold it to Sable, which is closing in June 2023. Sable, Mr. Flores, talk to all you people, talk to me. He's not here. So we're going to listen to Mr. Cash and Mr. Cito as representatives of a company that will not even be the company that will be stand in front of whoever it is, the Board of Supervisors, you, when I'm back before you again, when whatever disaster occurs next. What you need to do is this. You know, Ms. Knoll spent a lot of time looking at this thing. Option 3, which is, we've all said, makes a little sense, pretty difficult to beat in court, I'll tell you that, so you should think about that. If you do option 3, this oil company, whoever it is, PPC, Sable, Exxon, somebody has got to come to the table and say to the county, we're good for this. Our word is good. I don't want to see what Mr. Cash put up, which was a look at all, or Mr. Cito, I forgot which one put up. Look at all these various agencies. Members of the Planning Commission, your name wasn't on there. The Board of Supervisors' name wasn't on there. The Department of Energy in the County of Santa Barbara's name wasn't on that list. Are we going to do the worst possible job and give up the one thing we can do is protect the environment? This is the PHMSA report. I've attached it to my first application. You heard Mr. Cash and Mr. Cito talk about, oh, it's an active pipeline. It's, oh, look at these pretty pictures. I can take a pretty picture of anything, but think about this. Think about a car that's got 4 tires on it, and the car's gone 400,000 miles, and one of the tires blew out. All those other tires are bald. super thin. So the anomalies that Mr. Cash says, oh, those are just anomalies, no problem. Most of them are 50% or more thin. The steel is thinned. So this pipeline, which I call a rust bucket, a Swiss cheese, maybe it's not a Swiss cheese. Maybe it's worse than a Swiss cheese. A Swiss cheese that had been in the ground for almost 40 years really would stink. This has to be fixed. Take the time, get a subsequent EIR, have your Department of Energy, which I've heard is supposed to be one of the best in the state. I don't know that. I hope they are. I hope they know how to protect the citizens of Santa Barbara and Ventura. But somebody has got to say, we want the people that are responsible for this pipeline here in the Planning Commission and before the Board of Supervisors. We want an EIR or a subsequent EIR. We'd like to know that it is going to follow the PHMSA, the State Field Marshal, and our requirements to make sure it's safe. Then put your automatic safety valves on it. And by the way, this is like Alice in Wonderland. How can they show us 110 miles of pipeline with little green diamonds on it and then say, oh, we're exempt because it's only 8 miles? It's like Alice in Wonderland. I couldn't believe that. Excuse me, am I done? I'm done. All right. So the point of the matter is, each and every one of those little green diamonds needs to have somebody analyze what's going to happen on it. And it's not exempt. It's not 8 miles. It's 110 miles. Thank you. Who said let the lady speak? Oh, okay. Well, of course you can speak.
Thank you.
Okay.
Jessica Diaz for Appellant, Gray Fox LLC. I know it's not proper decorum, but it has been a while since I've been called a lady, so thank you to that member of the public. A perfect segue, I want to
You've got a
address
little over 4
a
minutes
specific CEQA point, and then one that's a bit higher level. So as the applicant's counsel mentioned, we have not gone through the exhaustive discussion again today of the 4 claimed exemptions. We covered those in detail at the March 1st, 2023 hearing, and it seemed the Planning Commission was moving away from relying on one of those claimed exemptions. But I do want to return to the one that I focused on at the March 1st hearing, and that's the 8-mile statutory exemption. So I think the theme of the comments I want to make during rebuttal is really, let's moor ourselves back to the law. We don't make the facts, and none of us here in this room have the ability to control what the legislature enacted. So if you look at the statutory exemption, the carve-out from CEQA is for a project that is less than 8 miles in length. When I first read that, I had perhaps the same reaction the applicant did, and I thought, what? Well, do they mean the 0.21 miles of actual excavated and construction area, or do they mean the length of pipeline from terminus to terminus? And then I looked at the next subdivision of that statute, and I saw that there was a separate criteria where the legislature referred to actual construction and excavation activities undertaken. And so I concluded, well, if the legislature meant to refer to 8 miles of actual construction excavation disturbance, it was capable of doing so. On the same point, if the legislature had intended to make the decision before you ministerial through the AB 864 process, it was readily able to do that. Instead, it left the county with discretionary approval over this project. And it strains the bounds of common sense to say that running oil through this pipeline is not a foreseeable consequence of valve installation. If it's not a foreseeable consequence, I would question why the applicant is going to undertake the disturbance activities involved to install the valves if they are never planning on using the existing pipeline for oil conveyance. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anna Citron for GCC. Just want to respond specifically to
little
some of the
less than
points
2
that
minutes.
Mr. Cash and Ms. Stacito made. First of all, the Planning Commission's review of this is de novo. You are not limited to looking at whether the zoning administrator's decision was properly supported. It is de novo. We heard from Ms. Stacito the rather shocking revelation that, in fact, the liners and cathodic protection system are functional. Wow, where did that come from? It's not in their written materials. There's no substantial evidence of that. The consent decree requires that they apply to the Office of the State Fire Marshal for a state waiver for the limited effectiveness of cathodic protection. Why would they do that if they have an effective system already? Next point, the State Fire Marshal process. That's not a public process. There's no opportunity for us to comment. There's no opportunity for you all to weigh in. The age of the EIR, the Orcutt case that they cite, that is for a program EIR. This is a project EIR, which is different. And moreover, our project EIR, which was certified in 1986, identified a 30-year life for this project. We're way beyond that now. Way beyond it. So when we're talking about vested rights, business interest, all of that, I'm not sold. Finally, we heard a thinly veiled threat about an alternative. If you don't approve these valves, they're going to go forward to the State Fire Marshal with even less, with even fewer safety protection measures, just monitoring and automation. That's concerning. I would say, in our application or our comments on the ownership change, we articulate why they are out of compliance with their conditional use permit and their final development plan. It is within your purview to revoke those permits. Maybe that's a threat that should be made. So, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, applicants, are you ready to go?
Thank you. I'll start with tribal resources. That's addressed in detail on pages 13 to 14 of our submittal. Consultation was not required for the valve, but we did that anyway. Consultation was actually done for both the valves and the replacement project. It was conducted by both the county and archaeological experts at Albion Environmental, and it's covered in detail in our submittal. I'm going to turn now quickly to the waiver and the comments that were just made. So the consent decree does not say that there's no cathodic protection on the line. There is cathodic protection on the line. There's also functional liners. What the consent decree requires in the waiver is not an excusal from obligations related to cathodic protection. It would not allow the pipeline to operate without cathodic protection. What it could require is additional inspections and maintenance, because those things all work together to help address corrosion and ensure the integrity of the pipeline. That's exactly what was contemplated in the original EIR, and it's exactly what's contemplated now. Under CEQA, I talked about 4 exemptions. And if any of them apply, there's no CEQA review. Option 3 is off the table. On the 8-mile exemption, the statutory exemption, our interpretation is consistent with that of the Office of the State Fire Marshal. And that makes sense, because if you have an approved EIR, the baseline, the assumptions all have to be that the presumption is that that is valid. And if this county or any other county requires a full reopening of an EIR anytime a facility wants to make a safety upgrade, people aren't going to do those. You don't want to create barriers to safety upgrades. You want to allow those to occur and to proceed. So we didn't hear anything about the exceptions to the exemptions. We heard just a little bit about the statutory exemptions. So remember, we have 4 exemptions. They have to disprove all of them, and they've not done that. And if CEQA does apply, the baseline is the approved EIR. That's exactly what Ms. Diaz's firm said. We quoted their language on page 6 of our submittal. The presumption precludes the reopening of the CEQA process. It precludes the reopening of the CEQA process. And foreseeability is not the issue when you're dealing with an approved EIR. That's a different context when you've got a brand new project, and that's not what we have here. There's an approved EIR in place. There were some concerns raised in the public comment about the age of the EIR, but as we noted, and as the courts have said, and as the county has said, there's no time limit on an EIR. The age is not the issue. What you look at is what was covered, and here, this EIR covered all of the issues we're discussing today. It covered corrosion, it covered cathodic protection, it covered spills. Those were all addressed in the EIR. That's covered on page 15 of our submittal. But the EIR expressly understood and expected that there would be corrosion. There's no way to stop it. It expressly discussed that that corrosion would have to be repaired. And if there's concerns about corrosion, that's addressed in the consent decree, that address the execution of this suite of tools that come together to maintain the integrity of the pipeline that's in the consent decree that will provide robust protection against corrosion, whether the option is a restart or a replacement of the pipeline. And then I just want to end by saying, before I pass it to Mr. Cash, that you've heard a lot of speculation today. And I just want to, I think you know this, but speculation is not substantial evidence, and that is not something that can be relied on by the commission. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Cash? You ready?
Again, appreciate the opportunity to be heard, and I'll be brief. I'm kind of a
You
common
have 6
sense guy.
minutes, Mr. Cash.
I'm sorry?
Did you hear me? You have 6 minutes?
Thank you.
A little over 6.
I'm kind of a common sense guy, so let's look at the 8-mile exemption. What they're literally saying is if you look at the 2 green squares in the bottom right, if your project involves putting in 2 new proposed motorized valves, 2 automatic valves, if you put these 2 in, then you're exempt because they're right next to each other. But if you put one in down there and that one in all the way on the top left, now you're not exempt. They're the exact same project. They're 2 valves. They're 2 of the same exact kind of valves that have the exact same footprint. One's exempt and one's not. Of course, it's the area of construction. We were again challenged of, well, who's here? Who's going to do this? And I'll say it again. PPC is the owner. We're taxed as the owner. We're recognized as the owner. We're sued as the owner. We're here. We are the owner. And as far as Sable goes, Sable's not here because Sable's not the owner. That deal has not closed, and until it does close, if it does close, they won't be the owner. And if they become the owner, they have to come before you. You have to vet them. Okay. I'm jumping around a little bit. Oh, what's the hurry? Okay, what's the hurry? This initial proposal was submitted years ago. So what's the hurry? We're not rushing you along. We didn't say, hey, here's the proposal. Can we have an answer next week? Okay, we're going through the process. But part of the hurry is we have to comply as the owner with AB 864. Now, we did have a 4/23 deadline. We got an extension because the technology is not yet available because you haven't told us it will become available. So we've got an extension to July 24th, or July 20 of 24. We've got an extension to July of 24. That's not to get approval. That's to get it done. And as you know, that takes a while. So what's the hurry? I told you earlier I wouldn't presume what the fire marshal would allow as far as AB 864. I'm sure not going to presume that we'll get another extension. We can just roll this as long as we want. I can't presume that. We have to comply with state law. Okay, this was called a veiled threat. It's not a threat. It's the reality of options, okay? The option on the left has been approved for other pipelines in California. I'm simply pointing out that is an option that if we have to comply with AB 864, that's an option we can submit to the fire marshal. I don't know if he'll grant it. We hope he would, but I don't know. We proposed the one on the right. We asked, please let us add more valves to make this even safer. So this isn't a threat. I don't do thinly veiled threats. I do pretty big threats if I'm going to threaten. I'm not threatening. I'm presenting you with the realities. I don't make the facts. The left has been accepted other places. The right is far more robust. We are here not saying, please give us a break and let us go do the one on the left. We're here basically saying, please, let us do the one on the right. Could we go to the next slide? It's 26, I think. All right, so these are the 4 options. 2 and 3, we don't get there because of all of the exemptions, both statutory and the categorical exemptions. So 2 and 3 are not legally supportable. It was interesting that council said, well, 3, it would be hard to challenge. 3 would be the easiest to challenge because they have to overcome every exemption, and there are many of them. So 3 would be the easiest to challenge. 4, we don't believe is legally supportable nor factually supportable in this circumstance. There just hasn't been the evidence to basically deny this request. We're adding safety. The appropriate resolution, we believe, is number 1. It is what we would implore you to do, and that's, the zoning administrator believed that, your staff believed that, the fire marshal believes that. We're just trying to add some safety here. That is literally all we're trying to do. So in closing, I would simply ask that you implement these safety measures. We're not asking for anything other than that. This isn't about restarting the pipeline, because believe me, I listened to the public comment, and it was either oil and gas is horrible, liquid death, I think, was one of the comments, okay? I heard all that, and I get the passion. Listen, I grew up in Colorado. I understand being in a beautiful place and wanting to protect it. I completely get it. We're trying to do that, okay? We're trying to do the job Plains apparently didn't do. We're trying to do that, and we're adding the very valves that everybody said Plains should have had. Just let us put them in. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cash. Okay, rebuttal by both sides is over, so the public hearing is closed. Now we're at the stage where we ask staff if they have anything else to contribute by way of comments and to be available for questions of members of the commission. Staff, you ready to go?
Chair Park, staff does not have anything to add unless the commission has questions.
Okay. And do any of the commissioners have questions of Ms. Nall or Mr. Briggs or Mr. Zorovich or whoever wants to stand up? Any questions? Okay, then I think now is the time for deliberations. A prefatory comment is traditionally we would ask the commissioner in whose district the project lies to, if they wanted to start here. I think doesn't it run through 4 districts? I'm not sure, but something like that. A lot of it's in my district. I want to go last because I'm chair. And so I'd like to invite who is eager to raise their hand and speak first of the commissioners. Looks like no one. Okay, should I just choose somebody?
I'll go. I'll be the one that runs. Oh, here we go.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Martinez.
No problem. I knew you were going to pick me anyway, so I might as well check it.
Oh, now that's not true necessarily.
I kind of feel that this is a reiteration. Well, I do feel it's a reiteration of what we had last time, and my rationale is this, and I've said it even when considering cannabis cases, is we have certain provisions of the law or regulations or whatever we're dealing with that's in front of us, and that's where we have to focus upon. In this instance, it's an appeal of the zone administrator's approval, which was August 22nd of 2022. And the focus is on the installation of the valves, not the operation. I see what's being said by the public and by those who have argued that, well, this is a step towards the opening of the pipeline. That may be true, and I would accept that as being true. I mean, there's an ultimate conclusion to the story, but that's not what's here today. What's here today is simply the installation of valves. And I'm accepting, at least for the purposes of today's hearing and from the last hearing, is that if it's the installation of valves, I'm fine with it. If nobody's opening up the gates to let the oil go through or anything of the sort. When that comes, that's another day, it's another argument, it's another whole episode of series of positions of what should be taken. I don't see the issues of the CEQA and the environmental impact reports of coming up in regards to it. That may be coming up something new because, again, we have this deadline of the best available technology. So what I do see coming up in the future is as time goes by and there's a possibility of operating or movement towards opening the pipeline is what is the best available technology at that moment too. So it's a moving target. And if that moving target gets into a deadline of, we're here July now, of doing this, at least that's only for the valves. And that's the way I'm looking at this with my horse blinders on, is that the valves is the issue, not environmental reviews or anything of the sense, because environmental reviews is, as the argument's been going on here for some time, is in regards to a certain element of the length of the pipeline. But I thought that was addressed last time when one of the appellants brought up the city of Santa Monica case, and I looked up that case, and that was where they got the courts looked to the parking lots or parking spaces and accumulated those. So if it's an accumulation of the working spot, then obviously we're looking at accumulation of where the valves are going to be installed. That's my logic, and that's my analysis. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Martinez. Who would like to go next? Now that Mr. Martinez broke the ice.
I'll try to stay in order, so after 5 comes 4. What this brought to mind with me is SB 9 and 10, which is part of the ADU and the lot splits and the intensification of neighborhoods. And I've always thought that, well, that kind of bypasses the EIR process. We're going to take a neighborhood that probably to be put in had to go through an EIR, and then all of the infrastructure and everything, and then through SB, Senate Bill 9 and 10, they decided, no, we don't need to worry about that. The priority is housing. And so now we look at this is AB 864, so we have Assembly Bill 864 that says we want these pipelines safer, we want this best applied technology installed, and we want it done now. Now they did give a reprieve and said, well, we'll give you 1 more year. But they didn't stand down on their bill. They're saying, no, we still want these things done. So it has been done. It continues to be done as the state government shifts their priorities or finds that there is a need. So they're saying there is a need. It does seem very simple to me that they're not operating, there's not an operating permit we're issuing. This is one to allow them to make the pipeline safer as is required by the state. I think both sides have put on very compelling arguments, and each time I listen to each side, I understand what they're saying, and I get it. But to me, this is the way we've got to go, is to move forward with staff's recommendation 1.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Franey. Who goes next among Commissioner Cooney or Commissioner Bridley?
I was hoping to feather in behind Commissioner Cooney because he's more articulate. He's more organized for sure about this stuff. So I've had a very hard time with this case because I believe in entitlements. I know that Exxon fought, or whoever was, Celeron fought very hard for those, and now we're 30 years later. I also am swayed by a lot of the arguments of the appellants that CEQA document originally is stale and it doesn't bear validity in terms of our considerations. I'm also swayed by the fact that you do have a state law that's mandating these upgrades. However, in light of everything with this, I am probably not going to feel comfortable with the CEQA exemption. I also do not want to move toward a extended CEQA review because I don't think that's going to change my mind. I mean, the point is, I think there are things that have changed since this original development plan and everything was approved 30-something years ago, including CEQA, including statutes like AB 52 and the Native American consultation. And as much as we heard from the the applicant that they did that, we also heard from 3 members of the Native American community that had not been consulted with, at least not in the process that AB 52 foresees for public agencies. So that, along with just the awareness of greenhouse gases and our clean air plan and everything else that has transpired since that time, as much as I want to respect the original entitlement, I do believe that there are enough other conditions in the planning world policy consistency analysis that would lead me to not support the case, and therefore, and also because I don't want to drag it out through another CEQA year or so, which would be contrary to the urgency to try to get this to comply with AB 64, 864, 7, whatever. I'd be more inclined to just deny the appeal, approve the appeal, deny the case. Had to think about that twice. Those are my thoughts.
Thank you, Commissioner Bridley. How about you, Commissioner Cooney?
I am ready, Mr. Chair. This is our second hearing on this matter in a small enough period that I can actually remember things that were argued a month ago. And I think we've been very fortunate to have that opportunity, because it too often is that we're hit with several important cases all at once. And it's very difficult to sit up here and decide which position is the correct position, if any. The other advantage we've had is excellent testimony from not only the parties, and they're very skilled attorneys, and I say that from a position of experience practicing law and watching courts and watching bodies like the Planning Commission deliberate. And we've really had a lot of great input. I'm a little startled that the positions are so far apart in terms of what we can consider, what we should consider, that there would be no hope of a resolution of this if we left it to the parties. And that's appropriate, because as has been indicated, this is the Planning Commission's opportunity to express its view. And this case may or may not ever see the light of day in the Planning Commission hearing room again. There's a plethora of agencies that have jurisdiction over the pipeline, over the rebuilding, and over anything that can be done to improve it, other than, as has been argued here by the applicants, this simple, straightforward inclusion of a safety feature, valves of various types that they want to do, and they want to do it soon, and that's all they want us to consider. And I had a lot of trouble with that a month ago. I have more trouble today. My feeling is the project is linked inextricably to the history of the environmental review, and most importantly, our history with this pipeline. I was there after all the oil had leaked out and the leakage had stopped, and we as a county have been witness to a long process that could not and did not cure all the damage that was done. We now have a successor to the wrongdoer, the alleged wrongdoer, although found by a court to be criminally responsible. So does the current owner of the pipeline get a pass because they weren't there when the initial leak occurred and when the damage was done? I think we have to look at the valve replacement, valve installation as part and parcel of the original environmental process, the original approval. And my vote a month ago would have been, and today is, to ask staff to present findings in support of denial. And I'm fine if they're able to do that today so that we don't have to continue this any further at this commission. Mr. Chair.
I'm unmuting here. So, yep, I'm here. I appreciate some comments I've heard so far. One, I agree with Commissioner Martinez. There's a lot of reiteration of what we discussed at our prior hearing. Was that March 1, whenever it was? And I also agree with Commissioner Cooney that we've had a little while since that first hearing, but not so long ago that we couldn't recall what occurred there. And a lot of my comments are going to mirror comments I made last time. One thing, though, I wanted to be sure to say today, we had 5 attorneys speak. I don't recall a hearing where I saw better legal presentations than I saw today. And I mean it from every single attorney. You were all stars today. You spoke very clearly, slowly. You made sense. Obviously, there were disagreements, but it helped in every regard, and I appreciate that. I mean, I'm probably the person that makes the most smart aleck remarks about attorneys of anybody, because I am one. But I thought that was really good work today, and I appreciate it. Now, my response to it, though, is the former trial lawyer me wants to respond to every point and argue every point as though I'm giving an hour-long closing statement rebuttal. And but that's not my job. I'm not here as an appellate court judge to go through all the briefs and points and cases. It's been made clear to me over and over again by many people. My job as a planning commissioner to look at the overall picture, focus on the facts, do my best to apply the law, but not to argue every legal point. And I get that. One thing I heard today that got a little under my skin was an urge for us to be consistent, and that if we voted one way, we were inconsistent and sent signals. If we were another way, then we were consistent. We were good people. I'm thinking, I first got involved in this pipeline project around 1990, where I, together with former Commissioner Michael Benedict, rewrote a condition of approval regarding approximately $1 million to be spent on restoration of oak trees. I was reminded this at a Sedgwick Research Symposium a few weeks ago. So I've kind of been involved. That had different issues that are in front of us today. Since I've been on the commission, though, since I think 2018, I've been very much involved with the oil patch on pipeline issues, both this pipeline and then the pipelines and possible connections of the Cat Canyon project, of course, the Exxon trucking projects. There's some relation because although there are different entities, Exxon, of course, was a 49% owner of the ERA joint venture that had one of the Cat Canyon projects. There were similar consultants used in talking about things like oak tree restoration and all the issues relating to the pipeline. Consistency. What I have consistently heard for several years until the March 1 hearing is this pipeline was going to be replaced with a new pipeline. I believe it was going to be a 12-inch one. I used to hear high pressure, whatever it is. It's going to be a different kind of pipeline and a new one, and it was going to be much better. I consistently heard that, and so did the community. At our last hearing, frankly, right before the hearing, or a day or two, I first understood that there might be some question to, in fact, restart the old pipeline. And I asked that question of the applicant's representatives right then and there at my meeting prior to the hearing. And I asked it again during the hearing. And I've never actually gotten a straight answer, whether there's going to be a restart of the old pipeline or a replacement, as we had been told over and over again that that's what was going to occur. And this does disturb me because we now have to consider what happens if there's a restart of the old pipeline. What are the consequences? And even though I don't know what the intent is from the current owners, I'm told by Mr. Flores, they basically intend to restart the old pipeline if they can, if they get the project at Sable. And again, we know that Exxon probably has some insight about Sable because they own half of it. So then we came to the second question that I asked at the last hearing, and that was, if we approved this project, would there ever be any environmental review prior to a restart? And staff asked me a few times to phrase the question to be more clear, and I did. And the answer was even more clear. The answer was no, no. If there was project approval, then it could restart without further environmental review. That concerns me enormously because I've been trying to do a good job as a planning commissioner. I've probably spent more time in the oil patch than all the other commissioners put together over the last 5 or 6 years. I have a real affinity for the people there, for the equipment, for the projects. I do have a belief we have enormous oil reserves here. Even if we voted somehow to say no more fossil fuels to be burned, there would be a demand for oil for other purposes that would go on for a very long time. The industry is not going to go away. But regardless of my affinity for the oil patch, I have a responsibility. That responsibility is to, my fellow commissioners, it's to staff, it's to the applicants, it's to the appellants, it's to the public at large, it's to the natural resources that are affected by this. It's a tremendous responsibility. And I don't want to make a flip decision to say, well, the easiest thing for me to do is just say, this is nothing but a valve replacement. Vote yes, and I can go away and go do something else. No, I got to think about what are the consequences. And one of the consequences of many that should be considered in a public debate and discussion of what happens with a restart is one I've discussed several times at various hearings, and that is our greenhouse gas emissions. The biggest generator of greenhouse gas emissions, single one, over 40%, according to a CARB chart that was on their website, was the co-generating plant at Los Flores Canyon, which uses the gas there, generates steam, that generates electricity, and that's what powers all that equipment and those offshore platforms. When you turn the switch on, it's going to vastly increase our greenhouse gas emissions. Is that the only issue? No, but it's an important issue for us to think about if I'm trying to be responsible of not making a flip decision to just say, I want to do whatever's easiest. I want to do whatever is the best for the public. And part of doing what's best for the public and part of being consistent, getting back to that term, is following the law. And the law of CEQA is that we look at these different impacts and we take it seriously. So I think to do that means that I cannot approve this project at this time. I'm eager to hear any motion regarding items 3 or 4 on our option list as to what those commissioners who were of a mind with me want to do. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
So moving to the next step, we left our March 1 hearing without findings for denial. And I think several of us wanted to think more about how we came out on the merits, but there was agreement among several of us that staff should, if they could, come back to our continued hearing with findings for denial. And unless I misunderstood the remarks of my fellow commissioners, we're divided on that issue, but a majority of us would like to see findings for denial as the basis for a motion to deny the project.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, if I may interrupt, I think to echo what Commissioner Cooney just mentioned, that there seems to be a majority of commissioners that would be interested in looking at findings for denial. My recommendation is not to continue this today, but trail it to the end of the hearing. There's 2 more items on our agenda, and then direct staff to come back with findings for denial. If we wanted to do that, I think staff could potentially provide some direction and seek input from the commission before we trail it, so they could go and work on findings for denial and come back today so we could finish this item today. That would be my recommendation. And if Chair, if you would like the staff to present some information, that would be fine as well.
Are you talking about now, Secretary Wilson, or at some point after we trail it?
So, Mr. Chair, before we trail it, I think staff would like to seek direction from the commission, provide some potential direction on findings for denial, and then would trail it and come back with findings for denial today. So, Chair, if we could give staff a few minutes right now, that would be helpful.
I'm not understanding. A few minutes break or a few minutes to speak?
To speak, Chair.
Okay, let's do it. Ms. Noel?
Excuse me, this is, Mr. Chair, this is John Zorovich.
Okay, Mr. Zorovich.
Wanted to kind of carry a little bit of that forward. So before you today are several requests for amendments to original permits, development plan, CUP, and typically, or what's required is that in making the findings for those amendments, we also need to go and make a finding that, which was basically saying that the findings that were previously made when the permit, whether it be the development plan, CUP, when those were initially approved, those findings remain valid to accommodate the project as being revised before you today. We have those original findings that we can put up on the screen if you'd like to look at those. Again, so now we're going back to today you have amendment, a request for an amendment, which asks, and part of that amendment is to make the findings that we originally made when the project was originally approved, initially approved. And so there's a list of findings of those which we're trying to put up on the screen. Now, in listening to the testimony today that you received, I think there are some questions roughly with the integrity of the pipeline, maybe some of the internal corrosion, questions about inadequate monitoring. It seems like some of those would perhaps focus on one of the findings that talks about that the project will not be detrimental to the health, safety, comfort, convenience, welfare of the neighborhood, and so forth. So I'm just offering this up as a suggestion that if you were to go in this direction, what I've heard today might be the direction that you might want to focus if you were to ask us to come back to return. But we're open for further direction too.
Anything else from staff?
Mr. Chair and members of the commission, I'd be happy to take that just one step further. So as part of the
Great.
current
Go ahead.
project, the findings for the amendment, John was pointing out this finding here in particular, that the findings that were previously made when the original CUP was initially approved remain valid to accommodate the project as revised with the new development proposed by the current application. So basically what this is saying is we need to go back and make the original findings again. So if we go back to the original findings, We have a finding from the original permit that says the project will not be detrimental to the health, safety, comfort, convenience, and general welfare of the neighborhood and will not be incompatible with the surrounding area. And based upon your comments throughout the 2 hearings, we believe that this finding might be the most appropriate for you to make for denial. Now, certainly, we're open to suggestions if you were headed in a different direction, but this is kind of what we were reading on your tea leaves.
Mr. Chair, I can't
Commissioner
get
Cooney.
your approval to speak easily, so I'll just start speaking and then you can add on. This finding is familiar to us from numerous projects we've been involved with, and not the least of which have been the cannabis projects that we've seen over the last several years. And I think it's highly applicable to this situation. What we're talking about is not whether it's easy to put these valves in, they're not going to cause any problem, keep it simple. I could not personally get by this project and make the finding that you have on the board here.
So this is essentially the same as the infamous finding 2.1.5, is that right? Anybody?
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, there's one other potential finding we'd like to highlight for the commission to consider as well.
All right.
So, Mr. Chair and members of the commission, the current permit application package also includes a coastal development permit. And one of the required findings for a CDP in this case is E. The proposed development will be compatible with the established physical scale of the area. We didn't hear it so much today, but during the first hearing, we heard a lot of concern about the rural nature of the Gaviota Coast, the fact that the project would be placing these valves and their enclosures and their above-ground equipment in, rural, previously undisturbed areas, and that your commission seemed to articulate some discomfort with that fact. And if that is also the case, staff could also bring back this particular finding here for denial as well.
I have possibly one more addition. What about 1.2.4, which is the cultural resources under addendum to the environmental impact report or negative declaration, the 15162? Because 1.2.4 under cultural resources talks about nothing really having been changed. So I would be interested in including that. I don't want to complicate it because I think staff has probably done a lot of work to draft these, but if there's any interest in that from the rest of the commission, I would ask that we add that in. Does that make sense? Wait, I'm seeing our attorney.
Chair and Commissioners, we can add that. I was just going to add, if the Planning Commission is giving direction to deny the project, the associated CEQA with that is a exemption for denial. So you wouldn't be taking any action on the addendum. I believe this is an addendum finding.
Okay. So, and that's the only place that really comes out highlighted. Okay. What about 2.1.1.3A1, consistency with the comprehensive plan?
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Bradley, I think where you may be going with that one is that you feel that the project could be inconsistent with policies contained in the Coastal Land Use Plan and/or the Gaviota Coast Plan.
Right. Correct.
And if that's the case, and if you can provide any more detail, it would help us a lot.
Actually, I wasn't thinking so much of those two things as I was thinking about our air quality management plan and standards that are now not favoring oil and gas. And I guess I don't have all those at my behest. Do we have a clean air plan or something that is encouraging us to look at alternative sources?
So Commissioner Bradley, I believe the plans that you're referencing are not owned by the county. They're APCD plans.
Oh, so they're
those-
not considered comp plan? Okay.
Correct.
All right, well, then scratch that. Okay, I don't really have anything else. That's good. Thank you for the clarification.
I'm going to make what some may see as a petulant remark, and that is, we had some discussion at the first hearing as to the merits of the project and whatnot, and I had hoped to see more direction on findings at today's hearing. But be that as it may, we are where we are, and I have real trepidation about viewing something for a split second on a screen and adopting it as our findings for denial, or even making denial instead of option 3, the SEIR. It seems like this is a hurry up and wait. You know, it's been going on a long time, discussion of the pipeline, and we're in a rush because of an April date, but now we're not. And now we're in a rush to do findings when there's still a lack of clarity. I'd rather see written findings in front of me so I could think about it, make a measured decision, than just say, yeah, sure, anything will do. So that's my petulant, cranky remark.
Chair and Commissioners, Commissioner Chair Park, we hear your constructive criticism or petulant remark. The recommendation is to trail this item, and staff would prepare the findings as we've just discussed, and they would be distributed to the commissioners in paper form, written form, to the applicant and the appellants as well. And Chair, we would get that to you via email so that you could read it and consider it. And then we'd come back at the end of the hearing, and if the commissions at that time could support those findings for denial, we can take it up at the end of the hearing. But we'll have those prepared and in written form for you to consider before we take action.
I would add that we very rarely have complete agreement from even any two commissioners on what exactly to do and what exactly the grounds are. So part of this process is finding 3 votes for something and going forward. It's just sort of inevitable. And I'm okay with that. I dare say I would love to hear something that said, here's the pros and cons of going with option 3. Here's the pros and cons of going with option 4. From listening to the commission for the last 2 hearings, full day apiece, this is kind of where we think we're going. So I'm not going to disagree with Commissioner Cooney, and if I heard it right from Commissioner Bradley, that there needs to be a denial if that's what the vote needs to be. I'm just not as certain yet where we should go. So glad to trail it. I don't see anything else to discuss right now. So shall we trail it and go on to item number 2?
Chair and Commissioners, I think that's the direction. We'll go ahead and trail it, and then we'll move to item number 2. If you could give us like a 5-minute break so we could get set up for item 2, we can do that. And then staff will be back at the end of item 3 to bring this item back up again.
Good. Let's take a 5-minute break.
Chair Park, we're back on the air. Oh, I think you have to unmute yourself.
We are reconvened and addressing potential findings for item number 1. Is staff ready to go with some more discussion on that?
So, Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, I might not have been clear. We're going to do items 2 and 3 and then come back and do findings for item 1 after item 3.
Okay, are we ready to go with item 2?
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Villalobos, will you read item number 2 into the record?
Thank you, Chair Park. The following is a hearing on the request of CalProp 2 LLC and CalProp 3 LLC to consider case numbers 22 LLA3 and 22 CDP 106 for approval of a lot line adjustment and coastal development permit, and to determine the project is exempt from environmental review pursuant to section 15305 of the state guidelines for implementation of the California Environmental Quality Act.
Okay, and do we have ex parte disclosures with regard to this item?
Mr. Chair, yes, I had a quick conversation with Mr. Wolbrandt yesterday, just regarding the case, and we did a lovely virtual site visit thanks to Google Earth. It helped a lot. Thank you.
And Chair, I too spoke with Mr. Bulbrandt yesterday.
Mr. Chair, I had a phone call with Mr. Wolbrandt. He offered the chance to go see the project on the ground, but I'm very familiar with that area and feel I can go forward without a site visit.
Okay. Commissioner Martinez, do you have anything to report?
None.
Okay. I also had a telephone conversation with Mr. Wolbrandt. I believe it was yesterday. I should also disclose, and I've disclosed this in the past about other items, with the same property owner. I actually represented CalProp on some construction item. I think it was 15 years ago. It has nothing to do with this matter. Had no representation since then. I have no further connection with the law firm in which I was in that handled that representation. I do not believe I have any conflict of interest either under state bar rules or the FPPC regs. Well, let's go ahead with staff. You ready?
Thank you. Yes. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. My name is Kevin De Los Santos, and I'm the assigned planner for the proposed CalProp lot line adjustment project. The project site is comprised of 2 legal lots located at 2777 and 2779 Padero Lane within the Summerlin Community Plan area. The project site is within the coastal zone, and the lots are located adjacent to the Pacific Ocean as shown on the vicinity map. The project is a request to adjust the lot lines between 2 legal lots and to eliminate the existing building envelope on parcel 2. The applicant has requested this lot line adjustment to expand the property area on the west side of the existing single-family dwelling on parcel 1. No development is proposed under this lot line adjustment request. Existing parcel 1, shown here in blue, is currently 3 acres in size. Existing parcel 2, shown in red, is currently 6.05 acres in size. Both parcels were created under a parcel map in 1986. Parcel 1 is developed with a single-family dwelling, a swimming pool, a cabana, and parcel 1 had its building envelope eliminated under a new parcel map in April of 2020. Parcel 2 contains a driveway, wall, drainage, staircase, and landscape improvements. The existing lot line can be seen in black, the proposed lot line can be seen in red, and the building envelope on existing parcel 2 can be seen in blue. The earthquake fault line and its associated fault line setback can be seen in red dashed lines. As shown on the map, the existing building envelope on parcel 2 is currently bisected by the earthquake fault line setback. This creates a potential for non-cluster development on existing parcel 2. After the lot line adjustment, proposed parcel 1 will be 5.41 acres in size, proposed parcel 2 will be 3.64 acres in size, and the building envelope on parcel 2 will be eliminated. The lot line adjustment is consistent with the comprehensive plan, including the Summerlin Community Plan. Removal of the building envelope and the adjusted lot lines will eliminate the potential for non-cluster development on Parcel 2, consistent with Coastal Land Use Plan Visual Resource Policy 4-4, which encourages non-cluster development. Both parcels are located within the 3E1 zone district and conform to the minimum allowable lot size of the zone district, which is 3 acres. Adequate services will continue to be available to serve the project sites. No new physical development is proposed under this lot line adjustment request. The project is consistent with Article 2 of the Coastal Zoning Ordinance, specifically the single-family residential zone lot standards. The project complies with the setbacks, lot area, and lot width standards of the 3E1 zone and will continue to comply after the lot line adjustment and will not result in any zone violations. Additionally, the project is consistent with all of Chapter 21 subdivision regulations as detailed in the staff report. The proposed project can be found exempt through CEQA Section 15305, which allows for minor alterations in land use limitations. The average slopes on the parcel are less than 20%, and the lot line adjustment will not result in any changes in land use or density. Staff recommends that your commission take the following actions. Make the required findings for approval, including CEQA findings, determine the project is exempt from CEQA, and approve the project subject to the conditions included as attachments B1 and B2. That concludes my presentation. I'm available for questions. Thank you.
We have a question of staff. Commissioner Cooney?
Not a question so much. Just wanted to comment for the benefit of the commission. I thought the presentation as well as the staff report was very clear and covered all the lot line issues I had concerns about.
Mr. Chair, it's Commissioner Bradley. Hope I can go next.
Yes.
I had one question, and I probably should have covered this ahead of time. But you just reminded me, with the removal of the building envelope on the Parcel 2, what does that mean could be developed on that site? Could they do like a landscaping improvement or a retaining wall or a park bench or a mobile home? I mean, could they still use it as a single-family residential use?
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, they can develop exactly what they could develop before. It's just now that they have eliminated the building envelope and the parcel line is moved to the west, they're subject to development within the northwest portion of the site, and they're subject to the setbacks of the 3E1 zone and a bluff top development setback.
Great, thank you.
I have a question. There was at one point in time another building on one of those lots that's since been demoed, isn't that correct?
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, I'm not aware of any development or dwelling on existing Parcel 2, but we could defer to the applicant if they have additional information on that.
I'll ask the applicant. My suspicion is that the moving of the lot lines and the elimination of building envelopes will actually decrease the likelihood there will ever be other buildings there. A question I also have, and this may be for the applicants as well. At one point in time, folks from Summerlin, put it that way, were very concerned about floor area ratios for the development of these lots. And is floor area ratio still a concern under our architectural guidelines? And is that something that will be altered in some meaningful manner by the increase in the size of one lot and the decrease in the size of the other?
Mr. Chair, so just to address that, so the Summerlin community does still have the FAR within that area. So both lots are subject to floor area ratios. I would have to look at the specific code language regarding the floor area ratio to see which category this one falls into. But parcel 1 is currently developed. As you can see on the screen, there's a single family dwelling that is developed there. And I'm not sure how close it is to the existing FAR for the existing lot. But it's possible that it could have additional development opportunities with the additional acreage that's added to parcel 1.
Anybody else
Mr.
have any
Chair,
other
commissioners? I believe that lots under 10 acres are subject to an 8,000 square foot maximum development area within the Summerlin Community Plan area, and with parcel 1's increase to 5.41 acres in size, it's still subject to an 8,000 square foot limitation.
Okay. Well, shall we go on to applicant's presentation?
Just leave the proposed configuration up. I don't need my presentation. Mr. Chair, members of the commission, thank you very much. I'm going to say that I think your staff has done such an excellent job on this that I'd like to just keep their presentation up and answer your questions. And Commissioner Martinez, I did try and send an email to you. I have a feeling maybe I got the email address wrong, so I absolutely did not mean to leave you out and would love to talk about any of these projects. You may remember I was here a few weeks ago. This is actually the property across the road from the concrete batch plant that we were talking about. As you can see, currently there is a 6-acre parcel and a 3-acre parcel. When these parcels were created back in 1986, it was a 15-acre property that was subdivided into a 3-acre parcel, a 6-acre parcel, and 2 more 3-acre parcels. As I understand, there may have been some plan at that time to come back and subdivide this 6-acre parcel into 2 more 3-acre parcels. That's never been my client's intent. They built the house, which is on existing parcel 1. The house is approximately 8,000 square feet. The rule in Summerland is that for 3-acre parcels, 8,000 square feet plus full basement is the maximum size for the primary residence. There also is a provision that if you give up a subdivision or otherwise reduce development potential of parcels, you can go up to 150% of that allowance. So currently, parcel 2 in theory could be developed with a 12,000 square foot house. We don't think that parcel 2 makes a lot of sense for a 12,000 square foot house, and that's not what the clients wanted to do. We also think that parcel 1, the primary residence there, which the clients have spent over a decade thinking about and then building, is absolutely the appropriate house for that parcel, except for the fact that the lot line is, as you can see, very close to the house. And so the whole idea here is to give that house some more space to make it more of an appropriate estate parcel. And we actually intentionally kept it below 6 acres so that there wouldn't be the potential controversial claim that we were going to try and come back and build a 12,000 square foot house. I'm trying to remember if there was another question. Otherwise, again, I think that your staff has done a fabulous job and that you all have done a fabulous job spending this much time here today. Thank you. Oh, wait, actually, if I could add one other thing. One of the other things that our client has done since purchasing the properties in 2009, there was a concern that these parcels were all on septic at that time. So we actually annexed the property to the Carpinteria Sanitary District and paid to extend the sewer line all the way up Padero Lane. So these 4 parcels
and a fifth parcel that our client had but recently sold are all on sewer. Thank you.
Mr. Wilbrad, I have a question for you. I'm just trying to recall things. So the house that's shown on the slide for parcel 1, that's the house that's been there for years, right?
So when our client bought the property, he bought the 4 contiguous parcels that had been created in 1986. One of the parcels is to the right-hand side, and one of the parcels is to the left-hand side in this picture. There was a house developed, which is still there on the right-hand side. He did reconstruct that house. The house that you're seeing on parcel 1 was about, I think, 80% completed at that time. And he did not particularly care for that house that had been completed. It also did have some construction issues that he didn't care for. And so that house was essentially completely rebuilt and was finished, I think, in 2019 or 2020.
And that's on parcel 1?
That's on parcel 1. Parcel 2, and I'll show my age a little bit. This property, when I was a kid, I used to actually drive my dad's Jeep on roads that have fallen into the ocean. This was a cut-your-own Christmas tree lot. It was a pumpkin patch. It had been one of the, I think it was the Franklin family bean fields at one time. And so it was in agriculture for a number of years. I don't remember any other structures on what is parcel 2 to this property. There were some more extensive sandstone walls, which included kind of a changing room inside of the sandstone walls, and those have been removed.
So the first house that the prior owner built, that's to the right of parcel 1, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so it's just not visible on this slide.
Correct, and I think, again, that may be the one that you recall being involved with, and it's actually owned by a completely different owner at this point.
Oh, I see, that's been sold off. I get it. And so now the primary residence is that reconstruction of the newish construction, dating back many years, that's now on parcel 1. Okay, correct. I got it. Any other questions from of the applicant?
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, thank you very much, and I hope this was easier than this morning.
Well, we don't know so far. Public comment. Do you have any public comment, Mr. Villalobos?
Chair Park, I have not received any requests to speak on this item.
Okay. Do we have any further input from staff?
No, Mr. Chair.
Any questions of staff from fellow commissioners? All right, the public hearing is closed. Let's go on to deliberations. Mr. Cooney, it's your district. I presume you'd like to speak first, but you let me know.
Well, I need to keep up with precedent set on the prior matter, so I'll speak for about 15 minutes on this. But in truth,
then we'll trail it for findings.
Mr. Wilbrand had previously answered the questions I had. It is reflected in staff's presentation. So at the appropriate time, I will move for approval of staff's recommendation.
Okay. And do any of the other commissioners want to make comments before Commissioner Cooney inevitably makes his motion? Well, then go with the inevitable, Mr. Cooney. Tell us what you have in mind for a motion.
The motion would be to accept staff's recommendation as set forth on page 8 of its presentation today. I can repeat those if you don't have them available.
I have the staff report in front of me.
That's the motion.
Yeah, all right. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Freeney. Is there any further discussion of the motion? And Mr. Villalobos, will you conduct a roll call vote?
Commissioner Cooney.
Aye.
Commissioner Bradley.
Aye.
Commissioner Farini.
Aye.
Commissioner Martinez.
Aye.
Chair Park.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Excellent. Okay, well, let's go on to item number 3 then.
Again, your staff did a fabulous job on this.
Chair Park, we're just pulling up the next presentation.
There you go. Hmm.
Chair Park, we are ready, and I just wanted to take a second to introduce the commission to Sam Broderson, who is one of our main counter planners, so he doesn't usually get an opportunity to come, but he's worked on this project, so please welcome.
Well, thank you. Have we read it into the record yet?
Not yet.
Okay,
take
let's
that
do
now.
that.
The following is a hearing on the request of the Isla Vista Recreation and Parks Department to consider case numbers 22 DVP 24 and 22 CDP 138 for approval of development plan and associated coastal development permit, and to determine the project is exempt from CEQA pursuant to section 15301 of the state guidelines for the implementation of the California Environmental Quality Act.
All right. Well, let's hear our staff report.
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to have a disclosure that I talked to the landscape architect for the case, Mr. Berg, on Monday, I think it was, about drainage issues and a couple details on the site plan.
Thanks for reminding me to ask for ex parte disclosures. And any other ex parte disclosures from any of the other commissioners? Okay, then let's go ahead with the staff presentation.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. My name is Sam Broderson, and I am the assigned planner for the Isla Vista Recreation Park Districts project at Pardall Gardens. Case numbers 22 DVP 24 and 22 CDP 138. Following slide shows an aerial map of the subject parcel. As you can see, it's located just west of the University of California, Santa Barbara. It's roughly 1/3 of a mile north of the Pacific Ocean, and access for the parcel is provided off of Pardall Road. Following slide shows existing conditions photos of the parcel. The parcel has been owned by the Isla Vista Recreation Park District since 1977, and this project is the largest effort to renovate and improve the space to date. This slide shows renderings of the completed project. Some of the highlights from the project description include efforts to increase accessibility through the replacement of existing access features and picnic tables with ADA compliant versions, the installation of a new bioswale for on-site stormwater management, a 360 square foot shade structure, new lighting bollards, resting features, and drought tolerant landscaping. The proposed project can be found exempt through CEQA through categorical exemption 15301, which exempts the maintenance and minor alteration of existing structures. The proposed project will not result in any significant impacts to the surrounding areas and any expansion of its existing use, and meets the criteria for this categorical exemption. Additionally, the proposed project is consistent with the purpose and intent of the rec zone. It's consistent with the policies of the comprehensive plan, including the Goleta Community Plan and the local coastal plan. It's also consistent with the zoning regulations of the coastal zoning ordinance, including setbacks, height limits, and exterior lighting. Today, staff recommends that that the Planning Commission makes the required findings for approval of the project, determines the project exempt from CEQA pursuant to CEQA Guidelines Section 15301, and approve the project subject to the conditions of approval. Thank you, and I'm available for questions.
Does anyone have questions of staff? Is there an applicant's presentation?
But I'm here to answer questions as need be. Thank you, Chair and Commission members. My name is Eric Berg, Principal of Pacific Coast Land Design, here representing Isla Vista Recreation and Parks District, available for question answering or specific questions about the project.
Well, I had a little bit of a conversation with you before, and maybe it's just worth it in case the one neighbor who commented on this, it's so mild, is paying attention. Can you just remind us about the drainage from that back corner to try to address her comment?
Of course, Commissioner. This parcel exhibits a history of fill on soil just showing up on site over many years, as mentioned. That is aggregated in the what is the northeast corner of the park, kind of the back right portion of this image. The neighboring parcel to the east, essentially because there is an existing iron fence to remain, the soil sloughs onto that parking lot. There's a small pipe that also sticks out into that property that we're a little bit uncertain as to what it is, where it came from. We need to do some excavation to determine it to the extent. However, the proposed conditions of this project will alleviate the drainage by regrading that corner and directing water back onto the site through the system of swales that was mentioned in the staff report.
Thank you.
Any other questions of Mr. Berg? Okay, I had one, but it was just voiced by Commissioner Briley, so I appreciate that. Well, and do we have any public comment?
Chair Park, I did receive 2 speaker slips, but I believe they're both part of the applicant team.
Oh, so
Hi, good afternoon, Commissioners and Chair Park. My name is Kimberly Kiefer. I am the new General Manager of the Isla Vista Recreation and Park District. It's a pleasure to meet you. I have utmost respect for your public service and the time today and deliberations, so thank you for the opportunity to present. Just briefly, I wanted to say that I've been in this industry for 30 years. It's my great honor and privilege of being a second-generation Santa Barbaran, and our goal, myself, along with my counterpart, Assistant General Manager Luis Valerio, is to continue to activate parks, make parks safe and fun for all, and provide alternative opportunities for students and families in a highly impacted area in our county that is underserved and underutilized. And hopefully this will be one of many projects that you will be seeing from us. And thank you so much. And thank you to staff, to Sam and Kimberly, and to Lisa. Thank you so much.
Kimberly, could you just spell your last name for us?
Yes, sir. It's Kiefer. Kiefer.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Chair Park, I believe that is, that would be it for the public portion of the hearing. Oh, I think you're on mute.
I take it the applicant sees no need for rebuttal. So we'll close the public hearing. Before we begin deliberations, does anyone have any further questions of staff? Then let's go on to deliberations. I believe this is a second district project. Is that correct?
It is.
Yeah.
And I mean, I think it's a wonderful project. I'm thrilled that Ivy District has some grant money to do this, and I would be inclined to make the motion to approve it pending any other comments from my co-commissioners.
Second.
Any comments from any of the other commissioners? Then I'll make one. I can remember living at Isla Vista when I was at UCSB, and it was crowded, and it was kind of hard to find some open space here and there, just in the immediate area. And I think this is very well designed, very well located, and these little parks scattered throughout Isla Vista are a really important thing for the public welfare. And I applaud you folks for doing this project. Thank you. Of course, I'll vote to support it. All right. Do we have a motion? We have a motion, right?
Yeah, the motion would be what's on the screen, which is make the required findings for approval of the project, determine the project being exempt from CEQA pursuant to CEQA Section 15301, and also approve the project, case 21 DVP 00024 and 22 CDP 00138, respectively, subject to the conditions of approval. And I spoke quickly because I am on a time clock, and also wanted to go out of my way to say thank you to Mr. Broderson for his very first presentation. You will never have one as brief as this again.
Okay.
Thank you.
We had a second already, correct?
Yes, a second from Mr. Farini, I believe.
That's what I thought. Okay, let's conduct a roll call vote.
Commissioner Cooney,
Aye.
Commissioner Bradley,
Aye.
Commissioner Farini,
Aye.
Commissioner Martinez,
Aye.
and Chair Park.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay. Are we ready to take up item number 1 again?
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, the findings for denial have been printed out and distributed to the commissioners in the South hearing room, Santa Barbara hearing room. In addition, printed copies have been given to the applicants and appellants, and I believe a copy has been emailed to you, Mr. Chair, as well. And it's posted online. I recommend that we take a 15-minute break to review these findings for denial and then reconvene in 15 minutes and pick up the item at that time.
Okay, before we do that, I want to hear from Commissioner Bradley. I thought I heard you say something about you're on a time clock.
No, I was just enthusiastic to get through an item so that we could turn to this item.
Okay, so
No, there's no time constraint on my part, sorry.
you're not about to leave and leave us
No,
with
I'm here. Thank you.
Good. Okay, well, we'll take our 15-minute break, reconvene at 5 minutes to 3 o'clock.
Chair Park, we're back on the air whenever you're ready to resume.
We're reconvening our afternoon hearing for the April 26, 2023 meeting of the Santa Barbara County Planning Commission. And I believe we've returned to item number 1. We've had draft findings that were relayed in one manner or another to each of the commissioners. So before I ask for what the commissioners think, I should ask if there's any preliminary comments from staff. And then County Council, I want to be asking you, do we need to reopen the public hearing? Okay, let's hear from staff first.
Mr. Chair and members of the commission, so staff took the time between the last 2 items, and we drafted the findings that you requested. Those findings have been distributed to the applicant and appellant teams as well as yourselves, and some extra copies were put in the back of the room for the public. We believe we captured what we heard from you in terms of direction, and we are open to modifications if that's what you'd like to do, but I think we're ready to move forward.
Okay. And County Council, should we reopen public hearing or not?
Chair Park and Commissioners, and just to add, the new document's been posted online as well. So I would recommend briefly opening the public hearing to the appellants, then the applicant, and very briefly for public comment, which you can set a time for, but it would be very narrowly based on this new document that's been circulated, and then return to the commission for discussion and deliberation.
What about public comment other than the applicants and the appellants?
Sorry, appellant, applicant, and then more broadly, public comment.
Okay. First, do we have any questions from commissioners of the draft they've seen? Sounds like no.
No, there
Okay.
is. Sorry.
Oh, there is.
Chairman Park, there is one tiny thing. On the 3rd page, under the finding, that there's a sentence that says, the Planning Commission determines that while the severity of a potential future oil spill will be minimized through installation of the proposed 16 new valves, I recommend we consider replacing that word will with could. So we're not as speculative as we may sound. But that's my only comment, question, and I don't even know if it belongs now or after public comment, but I thought as long as we're going to be hearing from people, that was my only suggested change.
Okay. Any other questions or comments?
I'm sorry,
Go
Mr.
ahead.
Chair. Could I also belatedly do a shout out to staff, because the whole staff report was amazing. The presentation was amazing. The advanced preparation of me as a commissioner was amazing. It was a very complicated project, so bravo, Mr. Zorovich, Ms. McNall, and Mr. Briggs. And again, what all the comments today during the hearing were very high level and non-repetitive. I was very impressed with all sides. So thank you for that, and thank you for the excellent job on the findings, because you really captured a couple of key nuggets that are important in here. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions from Planning Commission members before we go back into the comment by the appellants, applicants, and public? Okay, appellants, why don't you come up to the podium, one or the other, or all of you, and please limit your comments to 5 minutes or less. If it turns out we need to have more, I'll deal with that later, but let's start with that.
Thank you, Chair Park. You have Jessica Diaz for Gray Fox LLC. We have no comments on the proposed findings. They look acceptable and support Commissioner Bridley's suggestion, and are very appreciative to the commissioners and staff for all of their time on this matter.
Okay, well, thank you. Mr. Cash or Ms. Sestito, can you come to the podium and speak for the applicants?
Chair Park and members of the commission, on behalf of the Toutram family and the rest of the property owners along the pipeline, we don't have any comments and we think that they look appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Park and Commissioners. I'll be very brief. Anna Citrin for GCC. Thank you to staff for your excellent work on these findings. They're a little different than the ones that we had proposed, but I trust staff and their expertise, and we think it gets the key facts in here, and we really appreciate this. Great catch, Commissioner Bridley. I like your change of the word could, will to could. So with that change, we support these findings. Thank you very much.
Okay. Now, how about applicants?
Thank you. This is Dawn Sestito for PPC. For the reasons set forth in our presentation today, we respectfully, of course, disagree with the findings, and we have no other comment. Thank you very much for your time today.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Sestito. Do we have other members of the public who would like to speak to the findings?
So if there's anyone who would like to speak, if you're on Zoom, go ahead and raise your hand, or if you're in the room and you'd like to speak, just approach the podium. Chair Park, I'm not seeing any takers on that.
Then the public hearing is closed again. All right. Any further questions of staff by Planning Commission members? Okay, then let's go into deliberations once again. Who would like to speak to these findings and to what the motion should be?
Mr. Chair, I have reviewed the findings proposed by staff, and it is what I had in mind in terms of requesting findings for denial. I think it is possible to find other bases to support the findings for denial, but I think these are adequate, and I would support them with a motion at the appropriate time.
Okay. Do we have other comments from any of the other commissioners? Then Commissioner Cooney, would you like to make a motion?
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, before we do the motion, if there's some direction maybe from the majority of the commission on the word change, or if you want to add that as part of your motion, then that's fine.
The motion I would propose is that set forth on the first page of the memorandum, motion for denial, that we make the required findings for denial of the project. Case numbers 21 AMD 009, 22 CDP 00048, as presented at the April 26, 23 hearing, and included below. We determined that denial of the project is exempt from CEQA pursuant to state CEQA guidelines, section 15270A. We approve the appeals, case numbers 22 APL, string zeros 24, 25, and 26. And finally, that we deny the project, case numbers 21 AMD 009 and 0048.
In that word change, did you want to address that?
Yes, the word change recommended by Commissioner Bridley in on page 3 of 4 under the heading Finding 11E. The third line down reads, the Planning Commission determines that while the severity of a potential future oil spill will be minimized, we changed the word will to could.
Is there a second for this motion?
So moved.
So we have a second. And do we have any further discussions and deliberations now that we have the motion in front of us? I think the answer is no. Then, Mr. Villalobos, will you conduct a roll call vote?
Commissioner Cooney,
Aye.
Commissioner Bradley,
Aye.
Commissioner Farini,
No.
Commissioner Martinez,
No.
Chair Park.
Aye.
Motion passes 3-2.
All right. Is there any other business before the commission today?
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, that concludes our business for today.
Okay, and then meeting's adjourned, and I thank all of you for bearing with me while I shared this remotely. Hope
Thank
not
you,
to have to
Commissioner Park. I think you did a great job way up there.
There you go. Had all sorts of helpers. All right. Thank you very much. Good night, everybody.